a little later. Probably should do it at the beginning. Never mind.
All right, magically, I think we are now live.
Wonderful. So I'll call the meeting of the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority Hearing Committee. I'd like to ask the secretary to call the roll for the members of the committee and the others who need to be on the roll call. Michelle?
Marie Blosh,
I'm present.
Alan Dale,
Present.
Tony Jackson,
Present.
Brian Petrie,
Present.
Sandy Levin,
Present.
and I'll also call on General Manager Ian Wilcox
Present.
and the UTRCA Solicitor Grant Inglis.
He's showing as mute. No, he's unmuted, but we still can't hear him.
Grant?
So we certainly want him on this.
I'm seeing him and I think he's hearing us, but I'm not sure that his audio on his end's working.
Is there a way for him to phone in?
We didn't set this one up with a phone-in call. We've typically caused us more problems. So Tony asked the same question earlier. So
I'm a little reluctant to move on without Grant being
looks like he's
able
going to get his technical support.
All right. We could probably go to approval of the agenda, though. Can I get a motion from a member of the committee to approve the agenda?
So moved. Tony.
I'll second it, Marie.
Thank you, Marie. Any changes to the agenda? Not seeing or hearing any. Can I get Michelle to call the roll to approve the agenda, please?
Marie Blosh,
Yes.
Alan Dale,
Yes.
Tony Jackson,
Yep.
Brian Petrie,
Yes.
Sandy Levin.
Yes. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest from the committee? Seeing none.
Can you,
Minutes of the previous meeting of Tuesday, August 27th,
Chris,
2019.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Grant.
Yeah, sorry.
So can I get a motion to approve the minutes of the previous meeting?
So moved, Brian.
Alan, I'll second them.
Thank you. Any corrections?
I thought maybe you were looking for a tax slip or something.
Seeing none, can I? Oh, sorry, Michelle.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what was on there. Yeah, did you catch the typo on page 3?
Yes, Alan,
Should have demonstrated. I knew what you meant, but
yes.
okay.
Alan found that typo, and I'll also note there was a numbering error on the number for the agenda. It said 8, and I believe it should have been 4.
Yeah.
That is also incorrected. So 2 small typos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Whatever they call it now, eh?
I get a a vote on approving the minutes of the previous minutes with the typos corrected.
No.
Call the roll, please, Michelle.
Marie
Yeah.
Blanche,
Yes.
Alan Dale,
Yes.
Tony Jackson,
Yes.
How much is that, Rob?
Brian Petrie,
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Sandy Levin.
Yes. I see no business arising from the minutes. So we'll move on to number 5. I want to point out before we get going that this is the first meeting of the Hearings Committee virtually, and that the meeting will be, as we know, live streamed on the YouTube channel. And the need for the virtual hearing is to comply with the direction from the province and public health orders. Want to also point out that members of the committee, if someone leaves or has internet connection problems, we have 15 minutes to wait before the meeting is technically adjourned. We can re-adjourn if we get everybody back, but that's a matter the committee will address if that happens. Hopefully, we don't have to worry about that. So our first hearing is application number 195-20, proposed an application for a replacement structure in the floodplain, 870 Olone Avenue, City of Stratford. We're now going to consider the application to permit development in the floodplain. For all other permit applications, the board has provided delegation of approvals to staff, and the exception is requiring consent of the hearing committee is for application for replacement structures in the floodplain. And this is a meeting of the hearings committee for a decision, not a full hearing. So Jessica, could you introduce the remaining participants and confirm they're able to hear the proceedings?
Okay, so Jamie Dick from MT Consultants he's available for the engineer for the application. Can you hear the meeting, Jamie?
Yes, I can hear you, Jessica.
Okay, great.
Okay, so the agent is here to answer questions that the committee has, but will not be presenting materials. And if the applicant has any questions to ask of the committee or of representatives, please direct them to me as chair. So Jessica, would you please present the materials on this matter?
Okay, it looks like I'm having trouble finding.
Screen share?
Yeah, I found screen share, but I can't find my document on it. It looks a lot different than when I tested it out.
Yeah, and sometimes the size of all the tiles and the number of people can cause you a bit of grief. But just take a second and kind of readjust if you need to. And sometimes going in and out of your share if you pick the wrong option by screen versus application or something. So no worries.
All right, I got it. Okay, sorry for the delay. Thank you, Chair and Hearing Committee for committee members for joining us today. As I poorly introduced before, I would like to introduce Jamie Dick, engineer, on behalf of the applicant, and he is here to answer any questions, technical questions that may arise. So the application is for a development interference with wetlands and alterations to shorelines and watercourses permit. It has been submitted for the proposed reconstruction of one single family residence, garage, and septic system at 870 Olone Avenue in Stratford. So here's a map of Stratford, city of Stratford. So the property is located up here on the northwest corner of Stratford. Here's a regulation limit mapping showing the location. It's outlined, or it's in yellow here if you can see it. And here's Olone Avenue, and then Roadhouse Drain is just south of the property. So this also shows the flooding hazard. So the entire property is within the flooding hazard. Roadhouse Drain is a wide, flat floodplain, and it extends quite a distance outside of Roadhouse Drain. Here's a zoomed in look at the location. So here to the right side or to the east is Olone Avenue. The existing house and a garage is right here, closer to the road. And then the proposed will be within this field, just a little ways away from the road. And then to the south, you can see Roadhouse Drain. So this is a zoomed in look on one of the attachments that I provided, attachment 7, which is page 15, I believe, in the hearing report. So it's the cut fill or the site plan or grading plan. So this just gives you an idea of where it will be located. So here's Olone Avenue to the right or to the east. And then here you can't see it very well, but there's the existing house and garage. And then the proposed driveway extends along to the proposed house and garage. Okay, so we're here today because of policy 4.2.2.6, replacement structures in the floodway. So this is within your the report or the agenda. You can probably hardly read it here, but it's just to outline that staff are satisfied with the application, that it meets the required policies within this replacement structures policy. But it's brought here towards to the hearing committee for H. It requires approval under this policy, will be subject to the consent of the hearings committee. So I'm just going to go through each of those policies that I showed previously, just to show that it has met, that staff are satisfied and it's met our approval. So A, within that policy, the structure can be flood proofed, the level of the regulatory flood. So to the right is just a zoomed in snippet of that appendix 7, the grading plan. And so the regulatory flood hazard for this site is 360.00 meters. So here you can see that the proposed detached garage, as well as the proposed house, the top of the foundation for both are at 362.15 meters. So above our regulatory flood hazard. B, the proposed structure must not exceed the total footprint area of the original structure. So this again, it's a zoomed in snippet of appendix 7, and it shows that the footprint of the existing house and the new house remain the same. So this is met for our policies and staff are satisfied. C, the flood risk must not exceed the risk associated with the previous existing structure or development, such that the location of the replacement structure and services are not susceptible to higher depths or velocities of flooding, and the use associated with the replacement structure and development does not increase risk to property damage or public safety. As well, the use within the replacement structure and or property as a whole is not intensified. So the existing structure is a single family dwelling with a detached garage. So the new proposed replacement structure is also a single family dwelling. So it will not be intensified. As well, while the whole property is within the flooding hazard, it is a wide, flat floodplain, which is backwater from the Roadhouse Drain. And the flood susceptibility is very much the same across the property. And then D, the proponent agrees to carry out site-specific flood damage reduction measures such that, so dry passive flood proofing. So this, we've already looked at that, and both the proposed replacement structures will be flood proofed to the regulatory flood hazard. E, ingress and egress should be safe or dry pursuant to contemporary flood proofing guidance. So this is a zoomed in of the proposed driveway. So we want to make sure that the driveway is safe or dry. For replacement structures, we require the driveway to be safe rather than dry, although we do prefer dry. So safe would be about 0.3 meters below the regulatory flood hazard. And here you can see that the proposed driveway is at 361.7, 361.75, and with the regulatory flood hazard at 362, this meets our safe access. And then F and G, the proposed flood damage reduction measures do not increase flood risk on adjacent upstream or downstream properties. And all applications for development approval must be accompanied by engineering studies as required by the UTRCA. So as part of the application package, the applicant did provide technical studies, and our engineering staff have reviewed and accepted this technical information that was provided. Okay, that leaves H. So approval of an application under this policy will be subject to the consent of the UTRCA's hearing committee, and this is why we are here today. So staff recommendation, the recommendation is that the UTRCA's hearing committee consent to the issuance of a permit under Ontario Regulation 15706, made pursuant to Section 28 of the Conservation Authorities Act for development, interference with wetlands, and alterations to shorelines and watercourses. Permit application number 195-20 for the replacement of a single-family residence at 870 Olone Avenue in the city of Stratford. And that concludes my presentation. I believe next is if there are any questions.
Does the applicant have anything to add to Jessica's presentation? Or the applicant's agent?
No, I don't have any comments to add. Jessica covered everything in terms of the floodplain that we addressed during the application for the permit.
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, any questions for Jessica or for the applicant? Looking for hands. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Jessica. Looking at the map, it looks like straight to the northwest of the proposed building site, there's a water feature there, some sort of a wetland or pond. So I just want to confirm that there's no issue with a setback there. The house will meet any setbacks from that feature.
Through the chair, to answer your question, Alan, so there would be setback requirements. However, the proposed replacement structure is well outside of any setbacks required for that pond feature.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Other members of the committee,
You have Tony, Sandy.
please go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a note, I can't seem to get the hand feature to show on my screen today for some reason.
Okay, so just shout out, please.
Yeah. So just a quick question. What was the present use or existing use of the property where the house is now planned to be built? Was it fallow field? Was it tillage? Natural habitat? What was it?
I don't know, Jessica or the agent, can you respond?
Okay, through the chair, to answer your question, I actually am unsure what the use of it was. It was, I believe, just fallow. However, maybe Jamie has a better idea of what it was used for previously.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's just kind of open pasture, fallow lands, not being used for agricultural purposes.
I'm just,
Tony?
yeah, I'm just curious that nobody did an investigation of that for bobolink habitat or something like that. But not that I have a real big concern. I was just surprised that there wasn't any comment about the existing use. And I think the the proposal meets the needs of the organization, but just had that question and I was surprised it wasn't included. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, is there someone who would like to move the recommendation, which is that we, as the Upper Thames Hearings Committee, consent to the issuance of a permit under Regulation 157/06, made pursuant to the Section 28 of the Conservation Authorities Act for development, interference with wetlands, and alterations to shorelines and watercourse permit application number 195-20 for the replacement of a single-family residence at 870 Loam Avenue in the city of Stratford.
I'll move that, Mr. Chair. It's Tony Jackson.
Moved by Tony. Is there a seconder?
Second, Brian Petrie.
Thank you, Brian. Further discussion on the recommendation? Seeing and hearing none. Michelle, could you call the roll, please?
Marie Blosh,
Yes.
Alan Dale,
Yes.
Tony Jackson,
Yes.
Brian Petrie,
Yes.
and Sandy Levin.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you, Jamie. I'm sure you'll communicate, this will be communicated back to the applicants and we'll go forward to our next item. Chris, just checking, is everybody from that group coming? Or are they here yet?
I only know by staff and they seem to be here. Karen will have to kind of check with the participants, I believe. So,
All right.
Yeah.
We'll wait for Karen.
I think that's part of her game plan. Not jumping in and speaking for her, but yeah.
I didn't think we needed to go into closed session for that particular recommendation, but I suggest we probably will for the next one.
I too, Chris, am having challenges this time that we didn't have when we did a test run on this. I can't find my back buttons. They've just kind of disappeared. Oh, there they are. Very strange.
Yeah, Murphy's Law and the sizes of the tiles with more participants, always testing is a best guess. But
if I want to say yes, I'm here. I just push the bar button.
Oh, I think you're unmuted now. Yeah, you're unmuted now.
Sorry, am I to start or are we waiting for?
Waiting, Karen, is everybody from the applicant here?
Okay, I'm going to check the list here. Just bear with me. I'm going to see who's on the tiles.
Thank you.
So I have a list of the people who are listed as participants to be joining today. I see some of them are on by the name only, but I realize that this is a municipal drain project, so there's multiple landowners and some of them are, the whole family members are listed under one name. So the applicant is technically the township of Perth South, and representing Perth South, I have the clerk, Lizette Scott, I believe she's on. The drainage superintendent, who's Scott Richardson, I believe he's on. Ken Bettles is the director of public works. He's present. Mayor Bob Wilhelm was interested in joining. I don't know if he's there or not. I don't see his tile on my screen. The agent for the applicant is Brandon Widner from Spreed Associates. He's present. Councillor Sue Orr was to be listed as a participant as well. I believe I saw her on the screen earlier. As for the landowners, we have Glenn Coulthard and Dan Coulthard listed, Reg Matheson, Dora Quast, Jim Van Ness, Augustine and Bridget Walsh, and Katie Walsh. And then in terms of staff for this, I'm Karen Winfield. We also have available as technical advisors on our end, ready to answer questions. I have Brad Glaseman from our office, who is one of our engineers, and he specializes in agricultural projects and soil and erosion control projects, as well as Tatiana Lozier. She's on to answer technical questions as well. Her expertise is with water quality and agricultural projects as well.
Good, thank you. Just a quick, maybe technical question about this. I note that it says Mills Award Drain, and I note within the material submitted by the applicant, there's petitions for it to become a municipal drain. What's its current status, and does that make a difference?
Yeah, that's going to be with some of my opening slides in the report, Sandy. So I'll try and explain that when I get there with the.
All right.
The other thing I was going to start off with is if any members have questions going forward or during my presentation, I should say, I'm totally fine with answering questions during the presentation if anyone needs clarification or can't see something or has another question. But there's so many distractions on my screen right now. I can't see the chat feature or the hand. So if anyone has a question, just please interrupt me verbally. I'm fine with that.
Or the other way, the hearings committee can do that through the hand feature, and I can monitor that.
Perfect. Because I can't see that here.
All right, so as for a motion to sit as a hearings committee to consider, well, let me back up one step. I want to apologize actually for the time it's taken to get here. COVID has certainly required some time to ensure we're in conformity with the hearing requirements in a virtual environment. So, and also to point out that in accordance with case law relating to the conduct of hearing, those members of the hearing committee will decide whether to grant or refuse the application must be present during the full course of the hearing. If it is necessary for a member of the committee to leave, the hearing must be adjourned and resumed when either the member returns or if the hearing proceeds even in the event of an adjournment. Only those members of the hearing committee who are present after the hearing committee member left can sit to the conclusion of the hearing. So staff are going to monitor those connections of members and the need to adjourn if there's connectivity issues. Usually we wait 15 minutes before we look at the idea of adjourning. So can I get a motion then to sit as a hearings committee to consider the application by the Township of Perth South, enclosure of Mills Creek, AKA Mills Award Drain, north and south of Perth Line 29 in the Township of Perth South, former Downey Ward, Ontario, application number 27/20. Michelle, could you call the roll, please?
Marie Bloch,
Present.
Alan Dale,
Yes, yes.
Tony Jackson,
Yes.
Brian Petrie,
Yes.
Andy Levin.
Yes. So we're now going to conduct a hearing under Section 28 of the Conservation Authorities Act in respect of an application by the Township of Perth South, care of Spreed Associates London Limited, application number 27-20, to permit development in the floodplain, to permit development in a river or stream valley, to permit development affecting the conservation of land, and to permit an alteration to a watercourse in the headwaters of Mills Creek, AKA the Mills Award Drain, north and south of Perth Line 29 in the Township of Perth South, former Downey Ward, Ontario. The authority has adopted regulations under Section 28 of the Conservation Authorities Act, which requires the permission of the authority for development within an area regulated by the authority in order to ensure no adverse effect on the control of flooding, erosion, dynamic beaches, or pollution or conservation of land, or to permit alteration to a watercourse or interference with a wetland. The staff has reviewed this request from the applicant, and a copy of the staff report has been given to the applicant and the consulting team. The Conservation Authorities Act, Section 28, subsection 12, provides that permission required under a regulation made under Clause 1, sub B or sub C shall not be refused or granted subject to conditions unless the person requesting permission has been given the opportunity to require a hearing before the authority, or if the authority so directs, before the authority's executive committee. In holding this hearing, the hearings committee is to determine whether or not the application is to be allowed and a permit is to be issued with or without conditions. In doing so, we can only consider the material that is before us, the staff report, such evidence as may be given, and the submission to be made on behalf of the applicant. The proceedings will be conducted according to the Statutory Powers Procedure Act. Under Section 5 of the Canada Evidence Act, a witness may refuse to answer any question on the ground that the answer may tend to incriminate the person or may tend to establish his or her liability to a civil proceeding at the instance of the Crown or of any person. The procedure in general shall be informal without the evidence before it being given under oath or affirmation. If the applicant has any questions to ask of the committee or of the authority representative, please direct them to the chair. For these electronic hearings, I will ensure that all parties and the hearings committee are able to clearly hear one another and any witnesses throughout the hearing. And we will hear the evidence. We will ask some questions. The staff, after the staff presentation and all the questions have been asked, we will likely have a motion to adjourn and go into camera. And there may be a motion to arrange a site visit. And we will do that by separating everyone from the hearings committee so that we can go in camera and speak to the matter. I believe I've covered everything. Can everybody hear me fine? Michelle, have I covered everything?
Yes, I believe so.
All righty. Karen, would you go ahead with your presentation, please?
Thank you to the chair. Can everybody hear me? Because the microphone's across the room here. Yeah. Okay.
I can hear you.
Yep, you're good.
Perfect. So we're here today to discuss application 2720. A section 20 application for development, interference with wetlands and alterations to shorelines and watercourses. Permit application has been submitted for the proposed enclosure of approximately 2.3 kilometers of a watercourse and the proposed filling in of a floodplain and stream valley associated with the headwaters of Mills Creek, also known as the Mills of Ward Drain. This watercourse is located on the north and the south sides of Perth Line 29 in the township of Perth South. So if I take you to the map, this is just to get your bearings. Everyone knows where Stratford is, St. Mary's. Hopefully you can all see my cursor. Can everybody see my cursor?
I can see it.
Okay. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the area of Perth, that's lines Highway 7 going up to Stratford, the Wildwood Reservoir. This behind all the mapping is kind of a stream network. You can see the main branch, or sorry, the north branch of the Thames River is heading in a north-south direction. It travels down through St. Mary's and out to London. And a branch of the Thames River, there's one that comes here, there's a large river, it starts the other side of Stratford, goes through Stratford and down and meets up with the North Thames River. That is the Avon River. So a tributary to the Avon River, if you can see in this red circle, is where we're going to head. This is Mills Creek, the Mills of Ward Drain. It's just located on the southwest edge of the city of Stratford. If you can make out that little watercourse there, you can also make out a little line through here. That is Perth Line 29. That's the road that I'm going to be referring to that road a lot so people can get their bearings of where things are. So keep in mind the water course goes on the north side of Perth Line 29 and the south side down to the Avon River. So Perth Line 29, again, important for your bearings today. It goes into this south end of the city of Stratford. This is a map from OMAFRA, the Ontario Ministry of Agricultural, Food and Rural Affairs. They have any type of municipal and award drains listed on their mapping system. So you can see this is the water course we're looking at today. It starts up here. Again, this is Perth Line 29. So it starts north of line 29 in this woodlot up here, runs down through the north property, goes under a culvert beneath line 29, goes through a number of properties and down into where it meets the Avon River. You can see the Avon River down here at the bottom. So right now, it's called the Mills Award Drain because it was designated an award drain under an old piece of legislation called the Ditches and Watercourses Act. And in basic terms, what that means is each landowner who has a property in the area of the Mills Award Drain, each landowner was awarded that portion of the drain that runs through their property to be responsible for maintenance and improvement to the drain, any works that needed to be done in the drain, blockage removal, things like that. So right now it's a Mills Award Drain. That old piece of legislation, the Ditches and Watercourses Act, no longer exists, but there's still a lot of award drains in our watershed. Sorry, going back up. So they are now petitioning to turn that from an award drain where individual landowners are responsible for the maintenance into a municipal drain. A municipal drain is created under the Ontario Drainage Act. And it means that there is, someone has petitions for it to go to council, and then through a bylaw, it becomes a municipal drain. It basically through a bylaw, it becomes township infrastructure. So when it becomes a municipal drain, it's township infrastructure. The township actually would own that via easement, and they become responsible for maintenance and improvements to that water course. That's the nuance of the two. Brandon, who is a drainage engineer with Spreet, he can clarify if anyone wants to know that in more detail, or if he needs to correct any of that, he'll be available to answer questions on that at the end. Also, there's another little branch to this water course. We're calling it Branch B. You can't even see it on our mapping. You can barely see it on the OMAFRA mapping. When you go out to the site, you can see it. It's another little water course where we've already advised that we have no objection to that branch being enclosed. But the main branch, just to clarify, they're proposing to enclose it. Right now it's an open water course. They're proposing to enclose it right from the upstream end all the way down to almost the confluence of the Avon River. So 2.3 kilometers of an open water course. This is a catchment map, a drainage catchment map. The dark black line is the approximate location of the water course right now. This again, Perth Line 29. And this shows an approximation of the properties whose land would drain with surface drainage down into that water course. So after a rainfall event, this catchment area, it's like a mini watershed. All the water contributes to the base flow in that water course. So it's an award drain. They're petitioning to convert it into a municipal drain, but it's also a water course under the Conservation Authority regulations. So this is a map of this is our regulation limit mapping. It shows the water course again, to get your bearings, Perth Line 29. It starts up at the north end of this property here. The yellow line, the straight yellow lines are basically the property parcels from MPAC. So at the top end in this little green hatched area is a woodlot. There were two branches or two little forks. It looks like a snake's tongue. There was the west branch, which has now been piped. And then the east branch here, which was part of the original award drain, goes down again through a culvert beneath line 29, goes down through a number of properties here and outlets into the Avon River. Now, the Avon River at this location has been identified as potentially containing federally and or provincially protected aquatic species at risk. Also, the woodland at the north end, that's the green hatching here. It's a protected woodland, protected by the county. It's been identified as being significant in the Perth County official plan. The woodland down at the south end as well is also protected by the county, designated as a significant woodland in the Perth County official plan. So protected woodlands on either end, federally and protected and provincially protected aquatic species at risk in the Avon River. And then the watercourse itself, the floodplain lands associated with it, the stream valley are all regulated by the Conservation Authority. So here's a photograph just to get your bearings of the watercourse. Again, standing on line 29, and we're looking upstream or north. So in the distance, you could see that north woodlot. That's the woodlot if you're standing on the road facing upstream. These photos were taken in 2016, by the way. So now this is the same water course, but we're standing on the road facing downstream. And if you look, this is facing south as well. You can see the woodlot in the distance. That is actually, that whole area is the stream valley of the Avon River. Now, if you're looking at this water course, you're probably thinking, it's just a small little water course, you know, what's the big deal? It might not look like much of anything, but it's a headwater stream. And so it's a headwater stream. It's not a rill, it's not a rut through the field. It's an actual defined channel with bed and banks, which are the kinds of water courses we regulate. Headwater streams are the small streams and brooks at the upper end of the stream network. They're the small ones you can usually jump over. They may seem little, but they're very important to the health of our watershed. Cumulatively, they have a major role to play in, among other things, preventing flooding and erosion downstream. And I'm going to tell you a few headwater stream statistics. In our part of Ontario, 50 to 80% of the entire stream network of a watershed is generally comprised of headwater streams. We lean toward the higher end of that statistic in the Upper Thames watershed. In some of our subwatersheds, 45 to 46% of all the headwater streams have already been piped historically. And in our watershed, 64% or greater than 2,800 kilometers of our entire stream network are agricultural drains. All three branches of the Thames River, portions of all three branches of the Thames River, a large section of the Avon River through Perth East and through the township of Perth East. Most of our sections of our major rivers, river systems creek systems, and a lot of our smaller water courses have all been designated municipal drains under the Drainage Act. And as soon as they're designated municipal drains, a lot of people call them ditches, and they consider them ditches. They straighten them, they deepen them, they widen them, they harden the banks, they remove the trees and shrubs, but they're still streams, creeks, rivers, brooks, and brooklets even. So I just wanted to point that out because while their very nature, they provide for drainage. Keep in mind a watershed is just another name for a drainage basin. By focusing in on just one function of drainage, we miss out sometimes on all the other functions they play. And I will get to some of those as we look at the photos of the stream going forward. So a history, in 2017, we were contacted by the new owners of the property on the north side of line 29 where the watercourse runs through. We call that the Ballantyne. Everybody seems to be calling that the Ballantyne property because that was the name of previous landowners who had the property. The new owners requested to enclose the entire extent of the watercourse on the north side of line 29, and we advised we could not approve an enclosure of this nature as it did not conform to UTRCA policy. We didn't hear back from the landowners for a while until 2018, the County of Perth advised our office that charges had commenced under the Perth County Forest Conservation Bylaw against the upstream landowners for unauthorized tree removal in that protected woodland I showed you. We were further advised that while they were performing their investigation, they've noticed the landowners had started to enclose the watercourse through the woodland as well. So here's a picture. You can see, if I can get my cursor to work, this was the photo from an aerial. These are from Google Earth, I believe, of what the woodlot on the north property looked like in 2016. So you can kind of make out, if you're used to looking at aerial photography, the west branch of that, fork, like the snake's tongue, and then the east branch, what it looks like it's about right here. Both of them meet up and then outlet into the main open water course down through the farm field. So sometime in 2017, it looks like the west branch was piped. And then in 2018, you can see more clearly that the west water course is gone. It's been buried in a pipe underground and filled over on top. And you can see, you know, the trees that are gone that are associated with that enclosure. So Upper Thames staff attempted to contact the landowners to discuss restoration of the water course, but rather than discuss options for restoration, they subsequently petitioned under the Drainage Act to have the remainder of the water course enclosed. We were then notified that an engineer had been appointed by the township to to look after the petition and dealing with handling the landowners for the Drainage Act project. So in 2019, we attended a drain meeting at the township office with the township appointed drainage engineer, who was Brandon Widner of Screet, the township drainage superintendent, and various landowners in the catchment. At this time and at this meeting, 2 of the other landowners now also expressed interest in enclosing the water course through their properties on the south side of line 29. We again advised we could not approve an enclosure of this nature as it did not conform to UTRCA policy. At this meeting, we were also advised of other works that occurred on the Ballantyne property. So I realize, I'm just going to show, I realize some of the members and people listening here have a farm background and are very familiar with agricultural drainage. But I realize that some people are at a disadvantage listening, that they might not be familiar with farm drainage or any of those terms. Now, I can't tell you everything about farm drainage in an hour, but I'm going to try and explain some of the main concepts and the main terms that we're discussing going forward, just so you have a bit of an idea of the terminology that we're using. So this is my crude graphics. It's not exactly what would have happened on the property. I don't have a tile drainage map of what exactly happened on this property, but the landowners, I believe, are present. So if there's any questions about the exact tile drainage plan on this property, you can ask them after, I'm sure. So generally when someone goes to farm tile a property, there's different types of tiles that are put in. There's field tiles, which are the blue ones. Those are the ones that run through the majority of the property to carry water off the land in the spring or after a rainfall event. The blue ones can be evenly spaced across a farm field. That's called systematic tiling. They can be randomly spaced. There could just be 1 or 2 tiles, or there could be multiple tiles. So generally the blue field tiles are the ones that go below the crops, and they're usually of a small size. Usually you see those 4 or 6 inch, Brandon can correct me if I get this wrong, but the small black corrugated tubing, drainage tubing that you see that goes under the field. And then the red, we call that the main tiles or header tiles. So rather than each individual field tile, those are the blue tiles, outletting into the water course all the way up, they generally outlet into the header tile, so the main tiles, and then the main tiles will eventually at the downstream end have some sort of outlet, so pipe going into the water course. So I'm going to show you outlets in some slides here. And this is normal farming practice. We have no concerns with this. It happens all the time. Looking at the property from an aerial view, so again, this is what we were advised at the meeting had happened on the property, that the red are the main tiles, and they were apparently installed on either side of the open water course. So between the two, you can see the open water course, and then again, the blue are the field tiles. Now again, this is just a crude drawing. I don't have a tile drainage map of this property. I don't know where any of the tiles were installed. This is just an idea of field tile drainage on the property. And this is normal farming practice, to install the field tiles and the header tiles. As long as they're installed appropriately, we generally have no concerns with this. Normal farming practice. The thing we were concerned about, however, was the open water course going through the woodland, which was taking drainage from upstream properties. It was piped as part of this. And if it was piped to outlet into that open water course, it would be one thing, because then there would still be water going into that water course. But instead it was piped. Again, this is what we were advised. I don't know the specifics of up there. We were advised it was piped to outlet to go directly into one of the header tiles. So instead of water going through the open water course, it now goes into the pipes. And then a catch basin, we were advised, was installed at the north end of the property to take the water from the properties further to the north that would have been outletting to the one or both of the open water courses, to go through the pipes and then down the header tiles to outlet down at line 29. Now, what this does is you have an open water course with no water. So it's an alteration to a water course. And this, if you can see, are the tile outlets down near line 29. If you look close, I know some of you might have big screens. I know some of you are on iPad minis potentially, but if you look close, there's one tile outlet here. There's another small tile outlet here, and then there's a larger one here. Now there's 3 pipes. I don't know what they were connected into or exactly where the water's coming from there. But what you can see is from the pictures before, the difference that there's less water visible upstream of the tile outlets, and potentially slightly, and it's subtle, but a change in the amount of water downstream. So again, this is what it looked like in 2016 before the piping of the water course to the woodland and the all the field tiles and the header tiles were installed. And this is what it looked like after. You can again see the 3 outlets. So if we put them side by side, you can get a bit of a difference. And already you can see a change in hydrology, both upstream of the tile outlets and downstream of the tile outlets. So the difference is this is acres of land draining through an open water course, acres of land draining through a pipe system at certain flows. So a further drain meeting was called in November of 2019 with Spreet Engineering. And at this time they presented a proposal their engineering proposal to enclose the water course. The plans show that the recently installed header tiles on the property upstream of line 29 would not be replaced, but would instead form part of the upstream pipe. So this goes to show what we were saying all along is the water course itself has already been piped. It's already been altered. The water's been taken into that piping or tile system. The plans also show the recently installed catch basin on the upstream end of the header tiles would not be replaced, but would form part of the enclosure project. We again reiterated we'd not be in a position to approve an enclosure of this nature. And to clarify, the enclosure, it's not just on the north property, it's on the north property and a variety of the southerly properties as well. So 2.3 kilometers, both sides of line 29. So at the meeting, we advised of the option to request a hearing before the hearings committee. We discussed the potential for mitigation measures and other options for net environmental benefits to counterbalance loss of the watercourse, floodplain, riparian stream, valley land. Because we get a lot of watercourse enclosure requests every year, and some of the smaller ones we do approve, and some are just, we're not in favor of them. And is there an opportunity to counterbalance with a net environmental benefit? Sometimes there is. So we discussed that option. We also caution that it would be extremely difficult to counterbalance this one and to mitigate the loss of 2.3 kilometers of any watercourse, its associated flood storage, and all the other environmental benefits an open watercourse provides. In December, our office received an email from the township appointed engineer with an official permit application form and the current proposal requesting the watercourse enclosure to be brought before our hearings committee. With the municipal drain, instead of the individual landowners applying to us for works they want to do on their properties, as soon as you petition, the township then is in charge and they become the applicant. So Spreet provided us with the proposed plans, concept plans. So this is, if you can get your bearings, line 29. So this is the upstream property, and you can see the dashed areas are the 2 header tiles, and the catch basin is at the upper end. And then downstream there'd be new pipes proposed. And then over top of all that, as you can imagine, there's a stream valley there. Over top, they're going to have to put fill material in over the pipes to fill in the remainder of the channel. So I can let Brandon talk to specifics of the engineering details if you have questions. In 2020, we received an email from Spreet regarding the mitigation proposal. At that time, they suggested a variety of what we call water and sediment control basins, or WASCOBs, could be installed on floor of the properties, and a grass swale could be installed over the entire enclosure. Now I'm showing you a few pictures again for the non-farmers in the group. This is a wasp cob. You can see a slight berm there, and there's a little riser there called a Hickenbottom. It's perforated. This whole structure is meant to hold back water and release it slowly over a given period of time. This is a series of wasp cobs with the little Hickenbottoms. This is a grass swale and another wasp cob. And this is another example of a grass swale. Now, wasp cobs and grass swales, they're fabulous. We recommend them and we assist landowners with their design and installation. But they're not always appropriate mitigation for, and nor were they ever intended to be a replacement for an open water course. Now, wasp cobs and grass waterways, they're not my area of expertise, but Brad Glaseman and Tatiana Lozier, like I mentioned before, they're the technical experts in soil and erosion control, best management practices and water quality, and they deal with these structures a lot, and BMPs that can be used in, and water quality. And if the community members have any questions about using these BMPs in place of an open water course, I highly recommend that they talk to Brad and Tatiana, or ask questions of Brad and Tatiana at the end of my report. So in February, we had a site visit with the drainage superintendent and the drainage engineer, and Carrie Ramsey from our office, she's our normal drainage girl. She accompanied me to the site visit as well. Now, this is branch B. We picked probably a terrible day to go out and see details of a water course, but at the time we thought the hearing was supposed to go forward in March of last year. So we didn't have many options. So there was a huge snowpack in Perth County that day, but you can still see details of the water course. So it's not a bad thing. This is branch B. That's that other smaller section. We're just a little ways down south of highway line 29 here. So you can see there's a bit of open water. Some of it's covered in snow. It goes down and meets up with the main branch, I believe right here through the laneway. Again, we've advised verbally that we have no objection to this small section being closed. We don't really like to see any actual water course being closed, but we weren't going to object to this one. So the main branch. So I'm going to start at the north end of the water course where we started looking at the features. We didn't go onto the north property at all because basically it's basically already been altered. It's already, the majority of the water has already been enclosed. So we didn't go anywhere on the north property, but we started on the culvert at line 29 and we headed south down towards the Avon River. So I'm going to show you some pictures of the water course going downstream, point out some features and maybe some benefits of an open water course. So this photo is taken at line 29. Again, I showed it to you before. We're facing north. That's the north woodland in the distance. So what do you see here? Well, there's year-round, I would say there's year-round flow present in this water course. I was by there a number of times at different times of the year, and every time I was there, I saw water in the water course. We call this a perennial stream. And even though it's perennial streams, just so you know, they will have the tendency to dry out in the summer, hot summer months. And if there's a drought, there can be no water for a few months. That's normal. I've even seen parts of the Thames River dry out in the hot summer months. So it doesn't, just because there's not water there at a certain time of the year doesn't mean it's not a perennial stream and doesn't mean it's not a stream that tends to flow year round. Now I know the drainage engineer has provided you with photos of the water course with no water in it, but keep in mind the dates those photos were taken, the time of year those photos were taken. Some of them were taken upstream of the tile outlet. So of course the majority of the water's already been piped. So you're not going to see a lot of water in some of the other photos. That's just to show the flow. So this one, we are now standing on line 29 and we are facing south toward the Avon River. This photo, if you look closely, you can see, and they're subtle, they're not huge, but there's meanders happening in this water course. You're going to have meanders going side by side, and you're going to have undulations going up and down over the riffles and pools. Now, I like to say nothing in nature is straight, and that is for a reason. Without meanders, water will gain speed running through the system. The meanders and riffles and pools are like obstacles in the way of that. Meanders help maintain the equilibrium of the system and help to slow the velocity of water after a precipitation event. And cumulatively, this helps to prevent flooding and erosion further downstream. Meanders are one thing you're not going to get in a pipe. In this photo, you can kind of see, well, you see lots of vegetation on the banks. You also see a lot of, if you can see, if you have a big enough screen, you can see a lot of different variety in the substrate here. There's some rocks, stones, gravel. We call this roughage, the vegetation and the rocks and the gravel. We call it roughage, and it provides friction against the energy of the water flowing downstream in a precipitation event. In contrast, pipes are generally smooth. So like the meanders, the natural roughage in an open channel, they're like small obstacles that help to reduce the velocity of water after a rainfall event, which again helps to reduce flooding and erosion further downstream. You can also see, even though it's winter, there's presence of trees, shrubs, and grasses. I'm sure that in the summer there's going to be aquatic plants in the channel as well. There's an opportunity for photosynthesis and all the benefits that photosynthesis provides with an open channel that you're just not going to get in a pipe. Now, I know the engineers also advised that they would install a grass swale over top, but keep in mind the variety of plant species providing photosynthesis in the stream valley of an open water course will be much more diverse than what one would get in the monoculture of a grass swale or a grain crop growing over top of the pipe. So this photo is taken approximately 300 meters downstream from line 29. You can see those trees in the distance. That's the road up there. If you look closely, you can see our vehicles parked on the road. You can see a curve in the water course in this photo. Now, generally when they install pipes, there's curves all over through the water course, but when they enclose the water course, they generally pipe it in a straight line from A to B as the crow flies. So that means you're losing all your water course meanders, like we saw in the last photo. You're losing all the larger water course curves. Piping of a water course shortens the system by eliminating all those curves. So we call this a net loss of linear length of the water course when that happens. So it means there's a shorter linear distance for water to travel off the lands, which means, again, faster flows, which generally contributes to the potential for greater flooding and erosion downstream. An open water course, unlike a pipe, also affords the opportunity for groundwater infiltration and recharge. Even if they use a perforated pipe, straightening and enclosing the water course means less opportunity for that surface and groundwater interaction. And along those same lines, piping a water course means less opportunity for evaporation and evapotranspiration as part of the natural water cycle. So this photo is taken approximately 600 meters downstream from line 29, facing north. Now it's hard to see the water course under the snowpack, but you can see the changes in the snow color and contour where the water course is running underneath. So this photo shows that you've got lots of diversity in the microclimates, because while there's lots of areas of open water, you're going to have areas as well that are covered in snow. There's still water there. The flow might be subsurface, interacting with the groundwater, or the water is starting to freeze on top, holding the snow, and the flow may just be lower in the water column. But you won't get this type of microclimate diversity in a pipe. So this photo is taken approximately 900 meters downstream at the edge of the southerly protected woodland. So again, you've got a woodland here that we're heading into, and some of those trees might be scrub, but you're at the edge of the woodland. And that's normal at the edge of woodlands there. When they pipe this whole area is going to be piped. So going through the woodlot, you're also going to lose, aside from the channel, those trees basically in perpetuity over the drain easement. Some of them might come back, but anytime they have to do maintenance, they would have to remove those trees. So there's a permanent loss of trees over the easement. Also, if you look close, you're starting to see more diversity of roughage in the channel. There's larger rocks and boulders mixed in with the smaller gravel and cobbles. Again, all beneficial in slowing the velocity of the water to prevent flooding and erosion downstream. Just a close up on what the substrate's starting to look like there. You can see again all that roughage in the stream channel. So now we're well into the woodland, and you can see lots of diversity in trophic levels. There's trees and shrubs and grasses, which means diversity in habitat, which then means diversity in wildlife. You've got a canopy of trees over the stream bed, and in the summer, the leaves on the trees take some of the impact of the falling rain, which lessens erosion on the soil underneath. You have a well-treed canopy provides shade from the hot summer sun, which cools our streams, lessening thermal impacts and improving water quality downstream. Insects and their eggs falling off the shrubs and the tree limbs float into the water and provide a food supply at the start of the aquatic food chain. You can't have healthy sport fishing downstream in the river if you don't have these tiny, healthy invertebrates and smaller fish in the headwaters upstream. So again, all these trees and shrubs in this area that you're looking at here will have to be removed to enclose the watercourse. If you look in the red circle there, you can also see evidence of higher water levels at certain times of the year. In those tree branches, you're going to see, I call it thatch. I don't know if that's the appropriate term. It's a few feet off the ground hanging in the trees. That's the vegetation that floats downstream in higher flows and gets stuck in the tree branches. And then the red arrow is pointing out the top of bank or the bank full height. There's no exact definition for the top of bank, but it's the area where the ground changes from horizontal to vertical. It's the area where perennial vegetation changes to either annual vegetation or exposed soil from active erosion. So just kind of clues as to where the top of bank is. The active erosion or the exposed soil on the banks that you can see there shows the height of the bank full, which is basically the height of the channel forming flows. So this is all evidence that at certain times of the year, the water level in there is going to be quite high because it's creating that channel. And a channel forming flow is like usually a 1 and 2 year flood event. So we know at certain times of the year, this water course is taking a lot of water. A little bit further in, looking downstream again, what do you see? Well, of course, animal tracks. An open water course provides a water supply and a source of food for all sorts of wildlife, mammals, birds, reptiles, and insects. And obviously there's virtually no biological productivity in a pipe. Again, I showed you bank full before. You can see the bank full on the east and the west sides of the water course. And when I was down there, that was an approximately 4-meter distance from one side to the other. So again, this bank full height means water is carving out the channel to this height and width on a regular basis. The bank full width here shows it's a pretty sizable stream. It's conveying a lot of water. And if you look at the cross section of a channel, an open water course provides infinite flood conveyance, as once the channel is full, it has the opportunity to just spill over onto the riparian valley lands, as opposed to a pipe system. So by contrast, the pipe has a finite amount of flood conveyance, and once the pipe's full, that's basically it. I also want you to think about all the surface area here, both on the stream bed and the stream banks. This is the area where the water meets the land. The most productive areas on our planet are areas where the water meets land. When you pipe a water course, you lose all that interface between the land and the water and all the biochemical and biophysical processes that generally are occurring here. Again, this is just a little bit further downstream, and this is the area where we were advised that the outlet would be. So from here, for all the pictures we've seen previous, the water course will be enclosed all the way down. The official pipe outlet will be in this general vicinity. So just a few other photos of what the water course and the meanders start to look like here. I don't know if you can see the bank erosion here, again, how high the bank full is. There's some pretty substantial flows that are happening down here when you get here. And it's pretty wide. So it meanders off the screen to your right, and then it comes back again here and is meandering all the way down to the Avon River off in the distance. So for our discussions, again, we're looking to the proposal, which is to 2.3 kilometers of linear length of an open water course currently proposed for enclosure. The associated filling of the open channel, floodplain, and stream valley would be required to bury the tiles and pipes. So all that fill is considered development by definition under our regulations. So the points we're looking at today are, this project is considered development in the floodplain, development in a river or stream valley, development affecting the conservation of land, and then the obvious one is an alteration to a watercourse. I've given you a copy of a lot of the policies in our manual that speak specifically to the development proposal and the alteration to a watercourse proposal. I didn't put them all in here, but we can go over some of the main ones. So this one, 4.2.5, major floodplain alterations and major watercourse alterations, including enclosures, are generally not permitted. Such alterations may be considered where justification is provided through a sub-watershed study, an environmental assessment, or similar comprehensive study, and are subject to conformity with municipal planning documents. Generally, the intent here is that a major watercourse enclosure is done through one of these studies because it's for the public good, not just a small group of landowners who, if I may say, it's a project that's it's for a small group of landowners, and it's because the watercourse is an inconvenience for farming operations. Another policy we have is minor floodplain and watercourse alterations will be evaluated on an individual basis, having consideration for the following: no negative impacts on the natural features or on the ecological functions, including fish and wildlife requirements as set out by other federal, provincial, or municipal legislation, and a net environmental benefit is achieved. And I think that part is important. If we're losing all of this water storage, what are we getting in return? Some of the points are maintenance of the natural topography of the watercourse system, flood conveyance, and flood storage. Well, the project would not be maintaining any of that because they'll all be in a pipe. No adverse impacts on fluvial processes, including the meander belt. Well, again, we're losing all our meanders, all our curves by piping the watercourse. No adverse impacts on groundwater recharge or discharge. Again, we're losing all the interaction and opportunity for groundwater recharge and discharge where the surface water would be with a pipe. D, geotechnical issues are addressed. And E, implementation of recommendations within UTRCA endorsed watershed or subwatershed studies or environmental assessment. Well, we don't really have any subwatershed plans or subwatershed studies that are encouraging the closure of watercourses on a regular basis. Number 5, the authority shall encourage that all watercourses and adjacent resource areas remain in their natural state. Again, that won't be happening with this project. Development and site alteration will be restricted in or near watercourses if those features and their related hydrologic functions are protected, improved, or restored. Again, that won't be happening. So again, how do you mitigate the loss of a watercourse of this size and all the other features that go with it? How do you ensure a net environmental benefit? What are the benefits of an open watercourse versus a closed pipe, are some of the things that I think we need to think of. Again, all the features I showed you of the watercourse, that will be lost. Is an open watercourse better than a closed watercourse? The question is, how can it not be? So in closing, you have my recommendation. I just want to say our staff understand agricultural projects and we understand farm drainage. We need farm drainage, but we need responsible farm drainage. And we challenge that the landowners already have basic outlet. And if they need improved outlet, that can be done with the watercourse in an open state and using other best management practices on the land to handle the erosion control problem. When there are alternative options, and we believe there are, we don't need to approve the ones that result in the loss of our headwater creeks, rivers, and streams, and cumulatively may result in detrimental impacts to properties further downstream. So staff recommendation is to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I'll turn to the committee. Do you have any questions for Karen, or would you prefer to hear the applicant agent first?
Tony here. I would
Alan?
prefer to wait. Sorry.
Okay. Alan, your opinion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question at this time, and through you to Karen. I see in the package there's a letter from DFO, which I'm surprised at their comments, but have we heard anything further from DFO? I don't understand, especially at the downstream end. We're looking at the proposed project here is going to pipe this thing and take it to the west through Glencare Farms Limited, and you're going to bypass the Matheson property completely. And the downstream end now, where it goes through the woodland, is going to be just abandoned. And then the outlet is basically at the same place in the Avon River, but there's a whole area there, especially that downstream end. It's, as you showed in the photos, is water course. And at that end, it's year-round flow of water. And DFO seemed to indicate that they saw no loss of fish habitat. And based on what I've heard before from DFO, I'm quite surprised they would say that now. I don't know if you have any comments, or have we heard anything more from DFO?
Karen?
So, I mean, I can't know what, through the chair, I can't possibly know what DFO management is thinking this year. But being familiar with some of the decisions they've made in the past, the pendulum swings. And I think a lot of people, especially people in management at DFO and other organizations as well, don't understand what municipal drains are. And there's a lot of times outright, I'm saying they're scared of them. As soon as they hear it's a municipal drain, we can't touch it. We don't want to interfere with farmers and farm drainage. And they don't understand that there's other options for sometimes these projects. So I know they've stepped back in the past from anything to do with municipal drains. And if it's a municipal drain, they just let the works happen. On this exact same site, the landowners advised us at the one meeting that DFO was involved 10 years ago. And that they, for the downstream properties, only not the ones north of line 29, and that they didn't want to see it enclosed at the time. I mean, I don't know, I can't speak to any of that, but knowing who worked at DFO back then, I can imagine that that was probably what was said. Now, I mean, who knows next week or next month or next year?
I would suggest, Alan, we just have what the applicant has submitted for us.
Okay, yep, thank you.
Okay. I'll check one more time to see if there are any questions from the committee, because I'm in agreement with the idea that we hear from the applicant's agent and then have a large time for questions.
Yeah, this is Marie here. Yeah, I agree with that. I hear from the other side first as well. I just have one question, which I don't, just kind of on the history of this drain or water course. I understand that it was an award drain, which would have been several decades ago. Does that mean that it was, what was its original source? Was it there and then the farm was extended into drain into it, or was it created at that time? So in other words, is it natural or was it something that was created? Do we know?
So I hate answering that question that way, Marie, because the majority of our municipal drains are not really created. Like the water is not created, it's there somewhere. So they may be have been improved or realigned or channeled up or opened. I mean, once you get a certain catchment size, you're going to have water congregating somewhere. Historically, probably a lot of at the upper ends of our headwaters in our part of Ontario, it would have been wetlands that have been cleared over time, right? So was this one improved or was it originally a creek? I don't know. It's hard to say.
Marie?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I probably used the wrong word in saying it's created. Obviously it was a wetland that was drained at some point. I was just wondering if we had a little more, or perhaps the property owners would have a little bit more on the history of the thing, but I'll wait and hear from the other side first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing and hearing no other requests from committee, I'd invite the applicant or their agent to come forward and do the presentation that they have for us.
So Oh, sorry. So I think Brandon was advising that they were not doing a PowerPoint presentation today. But I know
Okay.
he was going to speak. Sorry.
Okay, everyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Committee members, can you hear Brandon okay?
Yes.
I
Yes,
can hear this. Great.
All righty.
Yes.
So Karen's correct. We don't have a PowerPoint presentation prepared, but there was a letter submitted, a document which you just had up there. I don't know if we can bring that back up, which I submitted last week, January 18th. That kind of goes over some of the points of the project.
We did receive that in our agenda package.
Yes. Well, that's good. And I'll quickly go through it and explain some more of it in detail.
Thank you.
So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Brandon Widner. I'm an engineer at Spirit Associates. It's a longtime firm, and we've been doing drainage engineering for almost 60 years. And I've worked here for about 15. This project we were appointed on in late 2018. We received a request from an Ontario limited company, which is owned by the Walshes. It's on the former Valentine farm. The request was for an improvement of the existing Mills drain. They had recently had the farm tiled by a licensed contractor, and he indicated they needed an outlet and they wanted to relieve some of the erosion issues in their farm and eliminate the current channel. Now, so we had a meeting on in December of 2018, as Karen went over. So we just had the one request come in from the Walshes. Upon further investigation, we discovered that other owners were interested in doing work. So the first request being from the Walshes, they've indicated, they would like to backfill the existing channel. Well, in order to get them a proper outlet, it's quickly obvious that the channel downstream needs to be improved. That being said, some of the downstream owners indicated they would like it enclosed as well. So the drain starts at the Walshes at the DeWitt property line and goes essentially down, as Karen explained, to line 29. So currently there has been some pipe installed by a licensed contractor in the Walshes farm, mostly because the existing channel was too shallow to drain any of that land. This work was done by a licensed contractor, and that farm is systematically tiled, with the outlets being at line 29. The existing tile goes under the existing water course in one location. Now, when you look at the existing ditch in the Walsh's farm, you can tell that it was man-made because it's dead straight and it has two 90-degree bends in it. The contractor at that time also went through the forest. There is a tile through the woods there. So at that meeting, we also received some other requests. The landowners above, DeWitt and Mark Vaness, these are landowners in concession 3. They indicated they were happy with what was done because now they have a decent outlet for their lands and they weren't requesting anything else at this time. The farm downstream of the Walshes, on my plans, it's shown as the Ridley property. They indicated the drain was too shallow to serve any of their lands. They didn't have any tiling in their property. And, they were also getting flooded out by the road. So they requested a branch for that. That property has since switched hands. So that's now represented by Mr. Vaness. The next landowner downstream, Reg Matheson, who's present. Again, he's owned this farm for quite a long time, and he knew the problems with the channel and how shallow it was. He recognized it needed improvements, and signed a request to enclose it. Now, one thing you should understand with this property is that the drain is so shallow, it's not an outlet for even the land north of the drain. So some of this farm has been subdrained. And from my understanding, it was subdrained all back to the back of the property and did not rely on that channel that ran across it. There is a small branch that we are proposing up the laneway called Branch B. So there's an existing ditch there, as Karen shown. It's quite shallow, and essentially that's picking up all the subsurface water from the north side of the road, which is also owned by Reg. Now, since, as this project's been going on for some time, there's been some changes. The back of Reg's farm is now tiled west to the McNichol Moses drain. The next landowner downstream is Glenn Coulthard, Glencar Farms. Another longtime landowner in the watershed. He indicated that improvements needed to be made. And he also had some history of improvements that were requested in the past. In the past, this drain was relocated to the fence line between Reg and Glen. And, you know, Glen also was on board, and he requested the drain be enclosed and eliminated, and some branches be constructed across his farm to help pick up from the Murray property to the west. Karen Winfield was present at that meeting, and right off the start, she indicated that none of this project could be approved at a staff level, and we would most likely have to go to a hearing. So that being said, the owners still wanted to proceed, so we moved forward with a preliminary design on enclosing the watershed. So upon that, as you guys are aware, I requested the Department of Fisheries under a request for review to come and look at the project, to evaluate it from a fish perspective on if I could even enclose it, because typically they are the largest challenge when it comes to enclosures. In May 28th of 2019, two biologists. So for those of you unfamiliar with the DFO, you know, they've went under some changes in the last couple of years, but they have streamlined their system. So Stuart Campbell is your representative for Perth County. They have broke Ontario into drainage chapters, and they have people associated with each chapter. Stuart Campbell is for Perth County. Chris Beaverhofer does Chatham-Kent now. He is also the manager. Both these individuals came out to the site. Upper Thames was invited, but declined to attend. And we walked the whole water course on May 28, 2019. At that time, I also reached out to the MNRF, who at that time was responsible for species at risk. That's since changed. It's now the MOE. And from my understanding, they said they will provide comment once they receive a more final report. As the year went on, we prepared the design, some cost estimates. We had another meeting in November to present the proposal. Upper Thames was again invited and attended. Upper Thames indicated that, you know, we were losing some water course and we needed to show a net environmental benefit plan. I've worked in this industry for the last 15 years. I've never had to provide one. The details of it were very not specified. And at one point, it was indicated we needed to offset the area of the water course at a 2 to 7 to 1 ratio. But there was no clear indication on what they were looking for offsetting. Now this project, you know, it involves many different owners, and they are paying substantial costs to do this improvement to their property. So, you know, we discussed it with all the landowners. I discussed it with the Township of Perth South, and it was decided that we would go to a hearing, and I requested a hearing, I believe, in December of 2019. I then later on in January, through discussions with a couple other conservation authorities, I made some suggestions for some offsetting that required, as Karen noted, wash cobs or sediment control erosion basins, as well as some of the portions of the drain being under a grass waterway. Now, these are all direct from recommendations, best management practices produced by OMAFRA for watersheds of this size. So I sent that in January. I also then requested the DFO move forward with their permit because I hadn't received it yet, because again, they were waiting for final drawings. I sent these same offsetting measures, as I would like to call them, to Stuart Campbell. That helped alleviate some of his concerns. He later then provided me with the permit, which is attached. So now in his permit, you'll see that it says enclosed 2,000 lineal meters. That's because when he looks at it today, that is the length because some of the top end's already enclosed. Now, take note, we walked the whole drain with both of them, and they spent considerable time on putting this together. But from a fish perspective, they have no concerns. Now, some of that is because this drain has approximately 20 meters of fall. So if you look at the profile, you can see it's quite steep and not very often, does water lay around in it. It moves. We did visit this in March, and it was shortly after a rain event. So they saw, they had a good idea of what they were dealing with. Now, some photos are attached there. Moving forward, in November, we still hadn't been able to get a hearing. So you'll see there's a letter in there from, I believe, Ken Bettles from the township, just indicating that, we're still serious about the project because our hearing was canceled in March 2020. Now, I received the staff report January 13th of this year. In that staff report, it indicated I had to have comments back in 1 day. Lizette Scott from the township asked for an extension. Karen was nice enough to give us an extension until the Monday for me to provide some comments. Now, just so you're all aware, I've been asking for that staff report basically all of 2020. Now, when I go through the staff report, there's some things that I'm going to say I disagree with. There's a lot of mention into tree removal on, I would call it the Walsh's property. Now, when I touched base with the Perth County tree inspector, he indicated there's no longer any violations on that property. There's indications in some of the report Karen has produced that, we are enclosing approximately 206 hectares. Now, on the furthest watershed limit in this project, the drain is approximately 180 hectares. Now, if you go further up where branch C comes in, so this is where the Matheson farm meets the Glencar farm, the watershed is approximately 112 hectares. Now, there is a suggested limit that UTRCA suggests, which is 125. So from that point and above, I believe we are under that suggested limit. I know Karen mentioned some previous attempts to enclose the drain. Through some of the discussions with the older landowners, there was never a submission to the Department of Fisheries back then. It was more an issue of cost. From my understanding, Mr. Valentine wasn't a career farmer, let's say, and was never interested in pushing the project. And the owners, instead of rocking the boat, I would say, just dropped the proposal. Some of the drain was relocated in the past, and that's between Glencar and Matheson. And from my understanding, there was no issue when that was done. Now, regarding, I know there's some mention in the report that the channel carries flow year round, but based on, I've been out there multiple times over the last 2.5 years. I believe that's false. I would also suggest that the Department of Fisheries also feels that's false based on their permit approval. Typically, they did not give us a permit unless it's considered a Class F drain, which means intermittent flow. Now, there's also a mention of large portions are currently protected woodland. No, we're not really planning on clearing a whole bunch of trees. I know there was some tree removals done on the Walsh property. I'm not proposing to do any additional work that's already not done. That work was completed. It was done by a licensed professional. We're just going to incorporate it. Down at the bottom end, we will be doing very minimal tree removal. There's only approximately 15 meters of the drain in woodlot. The rest is through open field. When you look at the Matheson property, there's no trees along the channel. And the Ridley property, very similar. It is farmed right up to the edge. The channel at the most is 4 or 5 meters, and it's crop to crop. Now I know there's indication that what I provided for a net environmental benefit is not realistic. We've suggested things in our you know, our offsetting, which came right out of manuals and best management practices produced by OMAFRA. And some of them are even produced in conjunction with Upper Thames. You know, we're just trying to bring these farms up to the current standard from a drainage coefficient. You know, there's great benefits to water and sediment control erosion basins. And that's not just benefits from, you know, say a water, you know, quantity perspective, but a quality perspective. And, you know, I find it a little disappointing that, you know, Karen believes some of these things that we are implementing won't maintain. And, you know, that bothers me. You know, I'm a farmer myself, and I can't understand why these farmers would pay approximately, you know, there's $400,000 of cost in this project, and then she believes some of these offsetting features will then just be wiped out. These features we are implementing are permanent parts of the drainage scheme here, and they are maintained by the municipality. Scott Richardson's present, and maybe he could also, you know, state that, you know, he maintains these. Currently, this is an award drain. You know, award drain is essentially a drain from the past where each owner is kind of responsible for their own section. You know, this drain has just never had an engineer look at it and provide suggestions and improvements. This area it needs an improvement. The owners recognize that. And this is what we're trying to do. Now, if you go to my report, you can see some photos. They all have dates attached to when they were taken. You know, some were taken in June of 2020, where you'll see, you know, there isn't permanent flow. The whole drain is essentially dry to the bottom. And most of it is heavily grassed. Now, when you look upstream, there's some photos. This is near the end. You know, the Walsh property, yes, some of it is piped. So, but that being said, you can still see that before that work was done, there was an extensive erosion into the drain. And that's what they're trying to eliminate. Now, with the proposal we have, we would put some berming in that property, help slow the water down and release it slowly into the tile. Now, it should be noted that the tile in the Walsh's property isn't that large. It's not even to the provincial standard of 1.5 inches in 24 hours. It's done to an agricultural standard. So it's not going to be taking tremendous amounts of flow underground. It takes way less than a storm event. It's essentially just for their subsurface drainage. There's some other photos of Branch B taken in December. As you can see, that's along Reg's property. And you can see some other photos there of the corn, if you keep going, how it's planted on each side. After that, you'll see all the requests from the individual owners. And that's one thing I suggest, that when we do look at this project, we look at each property individually. I understand, you know, some of you may feel we shouldn't proceed with the project, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't, you know, proceed with parts of it. I have individual requests, and these are individual people. You know, maybe we don't do all of it, but, you know, there should be portions of this done because these requests are still valid. You'll also see there's a letter in here to the Walshes, which indicates an unauthorized water course enclosure. This was handed to them the same time we had the on-site meeting. And it essentially indicated that they should remove everything they just had a licensed contractor install. Now, Appendix D, that gives you some examples. Now, these are out of a book that's published by OMAFRA. It's from, it's called Controlling Soil Erosion on the Farm, and these are all best management practices. And I believe they were even produced in conjunction with Upper Thames. And this is what we're trying to create here. We're trying to create some berms, some swales, slow the water down. You know, you release it slowly, doesn't overload the drainage, and you know, it helps filter some of the sediments out. And there's other benefits to that from a phosphorus level. I believe some of the more heavily farmers can explain that better than I can from a drainage perspective. Now, you'll also see we have our permit in here from the Department of Fisheries. This permit came January 30th, 2020. You know, essentially it's indicates the mitigation measures we need to implement to enclose 2,000 millimeters of the Mills Award strain. And it's signed by their senior biologist, Andrew Doherty. Like, these are all well-experienced professionals at the Department of Fisheries. They've been around as long as I've been working on them. And Stuart Campbell is the representative for Perth County, and I'm sure he'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone had them. The next thing in our package is a letter that Ken Bettles indicated. You know, this drain's been going on for a while. We did have a board hearing scheduled for March, and I understand with COVID there were some struggles, but you know, it has essentially delayed the project over a year now. You know, that is what it is, but it does cost the landowner substantial cost. Construction doesn't get cheaper, and the problem still persists. And I know some of the farmers in the watershed would like to subsurface tile their farms. You know, the Walshes already have, you know, their substantial fall in their property, but I believe the next property downstream would like to. In order to do that, he needs this project to move forward. Appendix G of our package indicates a letter from Marvin Smith to the Perth County Tree Inspector that there's no more infractions on that farm. So, you know, I don't understand why we are still talking about trees when we're not planning on removing any more. Appendix G, you know, that gives you an example of what basically we're trying to create. And it looks like Upper Thames was in support of that. And this is essentially the exact same thing we're trying to do, but we're doing it through the Municipal Drainage Act. You know, there's lots of funding out here for, you know, from Ontario Soil and Crop to do these types of projects, but this landowner has decided to go through the drainage process, you know, so we can have some features added to their farm as well. You know, quickly going through the proposal, if you look at the plan that we've submitted, this drain essentially is a 27-inch concrete tile. I don't know if we can bring the plan up. So you have page 1 up, which is great. This is a 27-inch tile. It starts at the back of Glen Coulthard's. We did that to get adequate outlet and depth. It then runs through Glenn's as a 27-inch tile, up through Reg Matheson's, and it remains a 27. There's a couple branches that go off to Darren Murray's. You know, my suggestion was we put some water control structures there, help slow that water down. Currently, there is much rill erosion in Glen Coulthard's farm, and he's trying to address that through this proposal. I also suggested we put one between Glencar and Reg, help slow the water down there. It remains a 27-inch tile all the way up to essentially where Reg's other farm comes in. That's where branch B is. Now, from my understanding, Karen is now accepting we can enclose branch B, but prior to this hearing, there was never a firm answer. It was always a probably, maybe. But I see now we can, you know, at least move forward with that. We then run across the Ridley farm with a 27 or 24-inch tile up and across line 29. In conjunction with this, we have some work to do at line 29 because the existing pipe has now failed. We would then try to get that the new headers installed, connected to the existing or the proposed drain. We would put a new service pipe in for line 29. Now, my suggestion would be, you know, this portion, much of it will require a grass waterway, and we can implement that under the Drainage Act, and it can become a permanent feature. And then we would suggest some more water or washcobs, as we call them, in the Walsh property to help slow the water down. Now, the Walsh property has tremendous fall, you know, approximately 10 meters from top to bottom. And, you know, open ditches, they're extremely hard to maintain at those kind of grades. And the one there is, you know, it's currently very shallow. I don't like that, can't be emphasized enough. The existing one it has no depth. The Matheson farm had the tile under it. There is no outlet for the Ridley property. And you can see that the Walsh property didn't have the depth as well. So the licensed contractor, you know, made the decision, went under it because he needed to pull that farm forward because there was never an outlet there. Now the Walsh is also on the property adjacent to what I would call the Valentine farm. And you can see that because there was no outlet there, they pulled almost all that farm east to the Avon River. There's also some branches proposed on page 2, as you can see in our proposal. But I believe the Conservation Authority doesn't have too many concerns with those. But I believe they are, you know, moderately sized tiles. They're nothing too large. But if anyone has any questions, I know some of the landowners would be happy to provide some input. You know, this is their properties and they're paying substantial money to push this project forward and do these improvements to their properties. But that basically concludes, you know, what I have to add.
You're muted, Sandy.
Brian, I see your hand. I'll turn it over to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the gentleman from Spree Associates. You've mentioned multiple times that the work being taken place on the Walsh property was done by a licensed contractor. In what sense do you mean? Do you mean he was an engineer? Do you mean there was a business? They have a business license, a contractor's license, and was a permit obtained for that work, to your knowledge?
So by licensed contractor, to install agricultural drainage in Ontario, you have to be licensed. That goes through OMAPRA. Unless you are the individual installing a tile on your farm, you have a license, or you're licensed under a licensed contractor managed through OMAPRA. Now, I am unaware if a permit was obtained. Typically, you do not need a permit to install subsurface drainage.
Ryan, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I believe just my question was a permit to tying it into the drainage, since the water course that's already there. But I haven't heard evidence otherwise for that. The drain's at least 60 years old, seeing how the act that allowed award drains was got rid of in 1962 or 63. Do you know when the last time the current drain was maintained?
That question would have to be answered by the township. Now, the township has no authority to maintain it. So again, it's maintained by the owners being an award drain. There's no records on file of past maintenance. There's some, you know, some of these landowners have owned these farms for 60, 70, 80 years. And they can maybe speak to the past. My involvement with this project started in late 2018.
Ryan?
I have other questions, but I'll yield the floor to other members at this time.
Okay, I see Ellen and then Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question through to Spreets then. Normally, a landowner petitions for a drainage improvement, and municipality would then accept the resolution and would appoint an engineer to do an examination of the area requiring drainage. And the drainage engineer would then take on the project and make an examination and would come forward with the plan, have a site meeting with the owners. In this case, we seem to have it all backwards. The drainage work was done, and then it's the municipality that's putting in the request to hire an engineer, and the engineer has now been hired and asked to incorporate a whole bunch of recently done work and make it part of his new drainage report. I don't know if Mr. Widner would like to comment on that at all.
Much of the work is not done. The only part that is done is the part upstream of line 29.
Well, that's the work I'm referring to. It is done. You have a grid portion of this drainage work's been done. So just, I want to stick with this for a minute. I have a few questions for you. So we have the upstream landowners, the DeWitt and the Van Ness farms. And as I understand, those are currently hooked into the tile that was installed right up to the north edge of the woodlot.
Is that a question, Alan?
Yes.
To Brandon?
Yes, so there's actually a hydro easement back there, and it essentially, you know, the back of the Walsh's property is cleared. Now, when the contractor did some work in the Walsh's, I believe the contractor is very local. Mark Van Ness required an outlet. They then supplied him with one. They all worked together. DeWitt's tiles are all hooked up at a catch basin at their fence line. Those two landowners, I believe DeWitt's haven't been present at the meeting, but Mark Van Ness, you know, indicated that since his work was done, his drainage is much improved, and he no longer has, you know, he's not looking for anything. He's happy with the way it is. His work has been completed.
So the tile going through the woodlot, I believe I read somewhere that it was 15 inches. Is that correct?
I believe so. So it's 15 inches, but this is corrugated tile. So 15-inch corrugated is approximately a 12-inch concrete tile. It's not smooth.
That's adequate to provide outlet to the two upstream owners?
It is adequate in that they haven't asked for an additional request. So currently they deem it adequate, and it does provide them a proper outlet.
Okay, so continuing south, these two header pipes that go down the length of the former Ballantine farm. And we saw a photo of where these header pipes outlet into the water course. So this is where I'm getting at the point that you have to incorporate something that's already been done. If you were doing the report from your initial examination, I don't know if this would have been the route to go. I mean, why wouldn't we not have one pipe going down the farm? Why would we not examine deepening the existing ditch as opposed to putting two header pipes on the entire length of the farm?
We're only incorporating one pipe. So we do have, you know, the contractor has provided a map. There is one pipe that runs the length. There is a couple other pipes that don't run the entire length. Those are headers. The main 15-inch pipe runs the length, and it mainly serves the upstream landowners.
So it's 15 inches at the downstream end of the Ballantine property as well?
I believe it's 15 inches from one end to the other. Now, 15 inches, the reason that size picked is that's the maximum size. Typically, they can plow in with a drainage plow. That's why it's 15 inch. You know, there is equipment out there to plow in larger pipe, but the typical drainage plow, that's the maximum.
Okay, I get that's what they put in because that's all they could do, but is that going to be adequate? It's 15 inches at the north end. Is it going to be adequate 15 inches at the south end?
The upstream owners haven't requested anything above that. So, in my experience, yes, it's adequate. 10, 20, 30 years from now, yes, they can ask for an improvement up to the current design of 1.5 inches.
Well, my concern again is that a lot of, we're rewarding bad behavior here, in my opinion. We've had some people that have gone out, done a whole bunch of drainage work, and then petitioned to have it made legal afterwards. We've got a drain that goes.
Alan, maybe we can talk, maybe, Alan, that I'm hoping this is for questions as opposed to debate.
Okay. So the proposal then, as I understand it then, is that there would be another pipe enclosed at this location, and it would continue to run down south to line 29?
Brandon, can you help us by going to attachment 5 and taking us through the works?
So is attachment 5 what is up there, the plan?
It shows the existing drain. It also shows, I believe, the proposed works at a very high level. It shows the branches. I believe it also shows the tiling. It's to the left, my left of what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so if you look at that attachment,
And could you stop a minute, Ellen? Will this help answer your question?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make, it seems to me we're doing this backwards, as I said, and normally the engineer would design a drain to serve the properties, and I wanted to make sure that what's already been done and he's now being asked to incorporate is adequate.
Yeah, and I was hoping to try and get an idea of what's been done and what's being proposed. So I'm wondering, Brandon, is this attachment 5 and the not so much the schematic, but the aerial, if I can call it that, to the left there, will that help?
yeah,
Can you walk us through?
So if you start at the bottom, there's a station that says 0+000 tile outlet. Now that is at the bottom between Quast, I believe that's how you pronounce it, and Glencar Farms. So that's where we're proposing to install a new 27-inch tile. And that 27-inch tile will run the length all the way up to station 946, which is where Red Massachusett Laneway is. There's then a branch proposed, but we'll keep going on the main. The main will then run on an angle direction right towards line 29. That is essentially 24-inch tile and some 18-inch tile. We will then bore the road or open cut it and connect in the 15-inch tile Walsh's have installed with their contractor. So that is shown as the black line, which he's showing. The dashed line is the existing channel. The drain was installed in what I would call the low run. You can see that the ditch has a couple 90-degree bends in it. That was probably done in the past where the fields were. The contractor chose the lowest route so he could pick up the most. We are incorporating that. Now, the only work we would suggest to do in the Walsh's property is, again, install some of these berms. But from an installation of pipe perspective, we aren't installing additional pipe in the Walsh property. That has been done. Now, I understand the work's been done. Many drainage projects we do incorporate stuff that was done by a licensed contractor. This is mainly for the upstream landowners. It ensures that they have an outlet. Currently, the Walshes are essentially doing their neighbors a favor and providing them with an outlet. And it saved the neighbors tremendous costs. They didn't need to do that. They could essentially cut them off to have no depth. And then we would be looking at this from a Mark Vaness and DeWitt petition. The Walshes did this because they have an outlet at the bottom, but not a very good one. And they are also looking for an improved outlet. The improved outlet would be the downstream tile we're installing. Now, with that request, we invite everyone in the watershed. Upon doing so, we received additional requests from other owners. That's what's driving the rest of it. The original request from the Walshes was quite simple. We just want to incorporate our tile through our property so we can eliminate, the existing ditch. When we had that meeting, it was pronounced that we couldn't do that without going to a hearing. Other owners were then basically said, if we're going to go to a hearing, I might as well make sure my work's included as well. And this would clean up, the entire drainage area and, bring it up to today's standards. Because land uses are changing. These aren't pasture farms anymore. This is this is agricultural moving forward. My guess is in the past, most of these farms were pasture and times have changed. So that's what the requests are from. Now, the branches being proposed, you'll see branch A. Branch A deals with road water. Currently, line 29 dumps on the Ridley farm and it floods it out. You can even see on the aerial that they have 5 acres underwater. And that area is lower than the mill stream. So we need the additional depth. We're going to put a branch in there to pick up that road surface water and get it underground. The other branch we have is branch B. That deals with Reg's ditch that runs along his driveway. Now take note, the north part of Reg's farm on the south side of the road, the 50-acre portion, is tiled all the way back to our outlet in the mill stream, from what I understand. because that channel has no depth. We then have branch C and D, which are based on Glenn Coulthard's request to deal with essentially existing water that's coming from Darren Murray's. There is rail erosion in that farm, and he's trying to address that. And this gives the Murray property 2 proper outlets to hook their tiling to. Now there's existing drains in there and they aren't sized adequately to handle today's design standards. This makes them municipal drains and allows Darren Murray to have a legal outlet. That's the scope of the work. You know, the estimated cost of this project is approximately $400,000 currently. And that is divided up among all the landowners, including the road.
Okay, thank you. Ellen, you still have the floor.
No, I'm finished right now. Thank you.
Okay, Marie and then Tony.
Okay, thank you. And through you, I just had a couple of questions about the various properties. I guess it was the Ridley or Matheson properties are saying it's too shallow, and it looks like there might be some additional drainage. Is that saying that their properties are not draining into the current waterway now, and they would alter that to drain into the piping if it were approved?
Is that a question for the applicant?
Yes, I think it is. I'm just a little unclear when they say it's too shallow. Is that and meaning they're not using it, or would they intend to be using the new piping?
Brandon?
So any new drainage would be directed to the new pipe. When you're talking about the Ridley farm, I believe Mr. Vaness is present, or at least he was. You know, that farm, I'll be honest, has recently switched hands. I believe the owner is intending to tile it in the near future. In order to do that, he needs a proper outlet. He does not have one. So yes, you know, he's fortunate the project's already underway and his drainage currently goes to that channel, but that farm isn't subsurface drained, it's only surface drained. So in order to get subsurface drained, we need additional depth. Usually we require approximately 30 inches of cover on a tile. That drain isn't even 30 inches deep today. So the new proposal has a buried pipe at adequate depth that we can connect to it. We would then have a waterway over top to convey the larger storm events.
That was the basic question. Is it going to be a larger capacity? I mean, larger capacity or being used that way? Okay. The other question that I have is, if this becomes a municipal drain and the municipality then obtains an easement over this, what types of inspections or maintenance would that involve? And what would be the enforcement, like say you mentioned the grass swells not being maintained? Would the municipality have any authority to require a maintenance of the grass swells?
So there's someone,
I'm not sure but whether that would be to perhaps the staff or someone at the municipality.
well, Karen, can you start and maybe then somebody else from the applicant side could answer? Karen?
So 2 things here. I mean, maybe it's a question for, well, it's probably a question for both myself and Brandon. I've had experiences where things that are part of an engineer's report are supposed to be maintained and they are not maintained. And when we discuss with the township about enforcement, nothing's done. I have never really seen any enforcement under the Drainage Act, ever. I'm not saying it's not done, but I mean, I even had dams installed in a municipal drain and the upstream landowners were complaining their tile outlets were underwater and no enforcement was done on something as big as that. So, I mean, I don't know what to say for that. I do want to point out though, with the swales, maintaining them, Brad Gleason, there was some questions about the information that was submitted by Spreet about the swales and the wasp cobs, that being our information or our logo as part of it. I highly recommend you question pose a question to Brad Glaceman about the appropriateness of these structures in place of the open water course as part of this project, because he can speak to more of that than I can.
Well, let me hold off on that piece and give the applicant a chance to respond to Marie's question about enforcement and maintenance. Somebody from the applicant?
Our report will cover, you know, the maintenance components of the project. Now, if it's part of the municipal drain, it's covered under a bylaw, so it's a permanent part of the drainage schematic. So the way that works is, you know, if somebody has an issue, say one of the landowners, they can then call the municipality, in this case, it's Scott Richardson. You call them and indicate the problem you see with the drainage as it is, because you know it's approved under a report, and then he will deal with it. That's his job. And I don't know if Scott's present currently, but maybe he can, you know, explain. But Scott's whole job is to maintain these drains in the municipality. You know, he comes down from North Perth 2 days a week, and that's what he deals with.
I don't see Scott's name. Marie, are you
Yeah, he is there,
comfortable?
Tony. I just saw his
Oh,
camera turn on, so
yeah.
maybe he's getting ready to speak.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, through you, Chair Levin. Absolutely correct. Brandon said that once these things are accompanied by a bylaw, that it is the municipality's responsibility to maintain these features, be it a grass waterway. If that was to be, for some reason, worked up as part of the land, it would be our job to go in and make sure that that's reinstalled as part of, you know, the design and the report, as well as some of those wascob features. They can gather sediment and stuff around them, in around those surface inlets. And again, it's our job to go in there and just pull that stuff back. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie, are you comfortable with the replies?
Yes. I just have a couple other questions too. One was in the initial report, were shown some photos of wildlife tracks, and I'm wondering if the applicant could address the issue of how this would affect wildlife.
Brandon?
Well, we are changing what's there now. Now, when you see some of that wildlife features, most of those are at the bottom end. And where it turns into a channel, that's right at the bottom where we're outletting. Now, we can implement a pool and a riffle, and that might help, offset some of those issues. But mainly when we deal with water courses, we look at it from a fisheries perspective, and I have a permit from the fisheries, Department of Fisheries. That's about all I can add. I'm not a biologist, and I can't comment on those other aspects.
Okay, and then finally, you did mention some parts being part of this as opposed to the entire thing. And in your opinion, which sections would you consider the most important?
Is that for the applicant?
Yes.
In my opinion, the whole thing is important, but it's each individual landowners. Like, I'm not the one that signed the request, and I believe the landowners should be the one to answer that question.
Marie, did you want the landowners to respond to you?
No, it's just that I thought in hearing the presentation that there was a comment made that to join part of it. And I was just kind of following up on that and asking for a little more detail if I misheard that perhaps, but that was where I was going with that question.
Are you looking for an answer?
Well, if there is one.
Well, I guess, the main purpose of being here today is, I don't want this to be an all or none situation, because I still have these requests I have to answer to the landowners. And I understand some of the policies in place. If the answer is no, I want to make sure, and the municipality's made it clear, is it no on everything or is it no on parts? And can we proceed on, some of the project or none at all? And as words, we don't want to have this hearing again. This is, this hearing has added substantial costs to the project and substantial time. And I need to deal with these requests to, ensure the owners don't suggest we come back here.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Marie, did you want Brad to respond at all to the question about maintenance and Karen's point about suitability?
Yes, if there's more to hear.
Brad?
Hoping you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great. Just listening to, through you, Mr. Chair, listening to all the comments and whatnot, I certainly trust the fact that the existing drainage situation is below par in terms of trying to provide suitable drainage for plans in the watershed and what's going on up there. In talking about, and was included in the January 28th correspondence, was some information from the booklet Controlling Soil Erosion on the Farm, which was great to see in there. In fact, I'm not sure the context in which what they're calling water and sediment control basins are the way the booklet intended it. Unfortunately, starting on page 11 in the booklet and photocopying it, it starts on page 1 with things that are much more important to erosion control on the farm than using berms or wascobs to control erosion. And there's no doubt they work well. I'm not sure that putting berms along a municipal drainage route is the intent of using water and sediment control basins, which are usually used on smaller watersheds of, I'm going to say 10 hectares to control real erosion on more upland or in fields, as opposed to along major drainage ways that are 2.3 kilometers long. That being said, berms and catch basins can work for water control. There's no question about that. So wascobs are an excellent feature, but you must have your upland erosion on your cropland in check before you want to install those, because, and I think Mr. Richardson suggested it, that they can collect sediment. Ideally, you're going to have everything in shape on the land so that you get very little sediment into those areas, and typically using standpipe inlets so that you can again try to reduce any sediment getting into the tile drainer as much as possible. I wasn't certainly the tile size being the 15-inch, and if it's corrugated, there's no doubt putting a number of open inlets on that system. And I would be curious to know what Brandon said, but I suspect that'll put a lot of stress on a 15-inch system over a watershed of that size above line 29. And I suspect there's no doubt there are times when water won't be able to be handled by that tile system. We'll have to flow overland. And I guess when I hear the word swale, I'm hoping that means similar to the photograph in the booklet that you indicate we're on Dan Veldman's farm, showing a grass waterway. I'm assuming it's going to be designed according to those specifications, the OMAFRA specifications, similar to the wascobs. Again, that booklet was built around the OMAFRA design specifications for wascobs. So again, I'm assuming that that's the design process that will go into any water and sediment control basins that would be incorporated or part of the municipal drain, similar to a waterway, which I think there was mention of 3 or 5 meter wide, a grass waterway that might be required to support this, where I would believe on a watershed of that size and that slope, you're probably looking at least twice that size, if not larger. And certainly downslope where the grade picks up below 29, that waterway would be of considerable size and just to keep it shallow enough to dissuade erosion in that channel itself. So there would be considerable, I guess, land taken up in that grass waterway. Again, water and sediment control basins are awesome. Waterways can work great as long as they're designed in accordance and installed and maintained in accordance with the standards that they're proposed. and that all the upland erosion is in check or is best in check, that it can be to build those systems. Typically with WASCOBs, you want to have about 3 tons per acre soil loss on upland areas. I don't know if that's been looked at to ensure that's the case before they're being considered either. But again, from an erosion perspective, again, it can all work very well in a system like this if it's done properly. And I'm sure knowing Spreet's reputation and the way they do work, things would be done well.
Good. Thank you, Brad. Marie, you're okay?
Yes.
Okay. Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellent presentation so far. I have to tell you that I have known of the area for quite a while. Actually, I used to recreate in this area. I had no idea the name of the drain there was Mills Drain, but for more than 45 years, I've probably been in that area or through that area. Local farmer Puschelberg, before he passed away and the family sold the farm, I used to know Fred well and recreated on the property. And in that area, we used to release pheasants on an annual basis, and just great habitat back there. Just while I think of that, Marie had made a comment about wildlife disruption. And I'm also a director with the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters. Not that that's an influence in my comments here today, but I can strongly suggest that any disruption to wildlife would only happen during the period of construction. And the deer and the turkeys and raccoons and weasels and muskrats and everything else that lives in that area would not be disrupted beyond the actual daytime activity of construction. I have quite a comprehensive list of questions and comments, Mr. Chair. I don't know how much time you'll entertain. I did have to write it all down. When I was preparing for this, I did have all the documents in front of me and tried to cross-reference between one comment and the other. I also investigated other studies. So you'll have to tell me when I've exceeded my time. I didn't see that there was a time limit, and tell me.
No time limit, Tony.
Okay, perfect. So if you will be patient.
Alan is next, though. Just
Okay.
want to jump in and say that.
I hope he's got supper planned in between sometime. Anyway, I want to remain unbiased and try to provide questions and facts that I've been able to pull out. And some of it, I apologize, has been answered already, but I'll go through my question list just to make sure that I don't miss anything. So there are several statements and catchphrases I would appreciate having some additional explanation on, just to start to get us all grounded here. So first of all, Mr. Chair, through you, a question to staff. I'm a little bit concerned by the various terms and names used to describe the award drain. And I appreciate the definitions of watercourse, drain, award drains, and municipal drains, which I thought I had a pretty good handle on already. But we also have other terms used in this report, such as stream and creek, such as the Mills Creek drain, and when referring to the award drain. So in preparation for this meeting, I researched several maps, and nowhere did I find the award drain referred to in print as the Mills Creek drain. I did find other water courses that were referred to as creek. When I look at the definition of stream by definition in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, a stream by definition is a body of running water such as a river or creek. So then I had to go and look for the definition of creek to confirm that I knew what I was talking about. And the definition of creek is a natural stream or water, normally smaller in size. And I have to ask the staff, would they agree with that definition?
Well, happy to have the staff answer that, but I think our regulations and ministries have definitions that we're obligated to use. But Karen, could you respond?
Well, fair enough. Our definition the proper definition we should be using according to our regulations is watercourse.
Thank you. Okay.
But under watercourse, I mean, there's a whole bunch of other things that encompasses. A river could be considered a natural watercourse, but there's portions of our river that are municipal drains that are straight, that have been straightened. And is that natural? Still part of the river system. So those definitions sometimes overlap.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit confusing, but and I firmly believe an award drain, and I know this was a man-made or constructed, and without the intervention of such, there would be no existing water course or drain. There's nothing natural about this drain, actually. I guess my concern is by using the word creek or stream, it connotates something other than what it really is. And I personally, have a water course on my own property. The name of it is Black Creek, and which fits the definition and is uniquely different than this award drain. So as soon as I heard the word creek or stream, I think of something differently than what I know this drain to be. And I wanted to clarify for the benefit of myself and the other directors on this hearing committee that this award drain is nothing more than that. It's a man-made drain or water course with the sole intent to provide a singular concentration of water discharge from the landscape, such as surface runoff, and through existing drainage practices employed on the landscape. And from my early recollection, and it's kind of telling of my age, I guess, but anyway, 45 years ago when I first was in this area, a lot of this landscape was still pastured farmland. And it's only been over the last 4 or 5 decades that a lot of this has converted into agricultural tillage land, and slowly over time, firstly with the implementation of clay tiles and the like. So, and it was probably during that time and just prior to that, that a lot of the development on this award drain actually took place as clay tiles become an important practice in agriculture. So I really think that's where it started. It was never a natural stream. I can recall Fred once telling me that most of the land in the area you couldn't do anything with because there were springs and everything else throughout the landscape, and that's why it wasn't under tillage. Secondly, I guess staff noted the enclosure would result in a net loss of flood storage or flood attenuation. And I was wondering if staff could help us understand how many gallons or how many cubic meters of flood storage might be lost. I guess my confusion and what I'm trying to understand is how does, for example, 100 hectares of agricultural land have any less flood storage capacity with an enclosed drain with water and sediment control basins and a grass swale or grassway as compared to an open drain? And second to that, I guess, given the topography of the landscape, under what conditions would staff perceive flood attenuation would be a concern? And how many events per year would that be?
Karen?
Well, I mean, I think these are all calculations that we would need a flood model to determine, to be fair, Tony.
Okay.
And no one's done that work on this water course.
Okay. I get a little bit concerned when we use words of potential and so on and so forth and don't have facts to really understand what the potential is, if there is even a potential. So I was just trying to get some quantitative information on that, but that's fine for now. Mr. Chair, a study that I just read in preparation for this hearing suggests the award drain is not ideally suited for water storage, but is merely a path for water to flow. Its retention capabilities and capacity are minimal. Open drains allow easy access for surface water and other contaminants to enter and exit the system quickly, unless designed with ponding and pooling features. Would staff agree with that statement?
I'm going to defer that one to Brad or Tatiana.
Just for a minute, Tony, I'm trying to understand, is that something that's been submitted in the package or is this outside?
No,
It sounds like a very general question as opposed to one specific to this application. Am I understanding it correctly?
Well, I think it's important to understand the context and the purpose of the water course that flows through the property. And it has value in our discussions later on when we give consideration to the value of the open drain versus a closed drain. So, and I'll refer to this later, but we do know that open drains, for example, that have more than a 1 degree or 1% slope to them, And we heard earlier, I believe it was Street and Associates representative had made comment, and from the information we were provided, that there's quite a gradient to this water course. And there was a comment in the package about flood storage or water storage. And from what I can determine, the open water course doesn't really provide any storage to that degree. So that's where I was coming from, and that's why I had the question as to whether staff would agree with that comment.
Okay. Staff, is that for Karen or for Brad? Or Karen, how would you like to handle that question?
If Brad wants to take this one, I defer to him. If he doesn't, I can answer.
Brad?
I guess there's a couple of things there through you, Mr. Chair. With a pipe, what goes in the pipe comes out the other end of the pipe, no matter what gets in the pipe. With an open water course, certainly the open channel has the ability to reduce pollutants and transform things. So nutrients can be transformed and released to the air, and other things can be assimilated into the vegetation and into the substrate of the water course, which you can't get in a closed tile. So you can always gain with an open drain, typically, where with pipe, again, what goes in comes out. As far as the floodwater part of it, Karen may have a much different opinion, or a different opinion, I should say. But when you do have an open water course, such as what is there, the base flows run fairly narrowly and small down the middle of it. And then as flooding begins, it builds up and will take up that whole channel space at some point in time. And that channel space does create storage for flooding, similar to a floodplain along a Thames River, for example. Again, a tile doesn't provide that. However, water, not all the water in a runoff event or in the spring and wet conditions is going to flow through that single pipe. Even if you put berms in it, there's going to be chances and likelihood that water is going to go around those at some point in time and flow overland. So you will get some floodwater storage with water and sediment control basins. Even with a good grass waterway, you will get floodwater storage similar to an open water course.
Right. Thank
Tony?
you. Yep. Did Karen want to add anything to that? Or?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So number 3, in the recommendation, staff made a statement that I can't clearly understand, I guess. Given the open landscape, the lack of cover, and the open fields from one end to the other of the proposed drain site, please help me understand what is meant by net conservation land loss. And
that's from our regulation, I believe. Yeah, Karen, can you help us with that?
I'm actually going to, the net conservation of land, that's a one that I'm going to let Tracy answer that one if she's on, because that's a trickier one in terms of our policies. But it came up at the last water course enclosure one, so we included it as well. So if Tracy can respond to the net conservation of land loss.
Yes, if I may, through the chair. Conservation of land is one of those unique terms that are used in our regulation that are not yet defined through regulation. So with Conservation Ontario and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry came up with a definition of conservation of land as it's been interpreted through past mining and land decisions. So any appeals that went to the Mining and Lands Commissioners Tribunal, and the definition that was provided is the protection, management, or restoration of lands within the watershed ecosystem for the purpose of maintaining or enhancing the natural features and hydrologic and ecological functions within the watershed. So certainly Grant maybe can speak to past decisions, but I know from conversations with our solicitor in the past, having a definition based on actual decisions is actually quite favorable. Something that has been upheld at the tribunal. So if that helps.
Tony?
It's a little bit ambiguous and complicated, and so I'm not sure I totally understand what that means yet. But anyway, I get the drift. Anyway, so if we pull up the map, and I mentioned to Karen earlier that I may want to see a map if it's possible. I think it's attachment 3. I don't know if Karen can do that easily or not.
The regulation limit map?
Or the
map.
OMAFRA?
No, that map there. Now, I don't know if you can, I don't know if you can do that with a live adjustment from our mapping system to show just the area of erosion hazard.
So our mapping doesn't show an erosion hazard on the Mills Award drain right now. Is that what you mean? Or do you mean the one on the Avon River?
Well, actually, that's exactly my point. I guess it mentioned about, well, anyway, I'll read my comment. So in the recommendation, it notes a potential for increased downstream erosion. If I am correct in my interpretation, the reference is to the area immediately beyond the drain outlet. And would I be correct in assuming that based on the mapping itself? And I think you've just answered that's probably correct. In reviewing the mapping, I note that near the confluence of the drain and the Avon River, it is already identified as an erosion hazard area, or it's the Avon River itself, basically, that's identified. Given it is already identified as an erosion hazard area, would it not be advantageous to take the opportunity of the proposed drainage project and apply our knowledge and expertise and create an appropriate engineered surface using riprap or other techniques to minimize and eliminate what we already identified as an area of concern? I guess I believe if we don't employ enhancements when the opportunity presents itself, 20 years from now, the mapping will still show this area as an erosion hazard. And I know we won't deal with the entire area, but I understand the award drain outlet is only a small feature within the entire erosion hazard area, but it's still an enhancement and would seem like a worthwhile add-on or partnership to incorporate as part of a design if this was to proceed. Would you agree with that?
Well, I feel like there's a whole bunch of different questions and answers to that one, Tony. And if Brad wants to jump in, first of all, our mapping is just a guideline, and we don't have erosion hazards listed on the mapping for a lot of anything that's considered an agricultural drain. It doesn't mean there's not an erosion hazard associated with that entire water course from the top end to the bottom end. When I mentioned the erosion down by the Avon River that you could see in the photos at the lower end, it's not necessarily bad erosion. I mean, you said you go down there to recreate. So those meanders, they move over time. They're not going to stay static. And some of that, it's just showing the channel forming flows. Doesn't mean it's bad erosion. I mean, if there was work that needed to be done down there, the engineer has the opportunity to include erosion protection works, especially if it's going to be an open channel, right? They could do bank work down there. We would much rather have work done like that, if the whole system is an open channel, than one that's closed and just having to do riprap at the base end, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm listening to you and I'm thinking you're saying there's good erosion hazard and there's bad erosion hazard.
No, there's good erosion and there's bad erosion.
Okay.
I mean, again, Brad can probably speak more eloquently than this than I can, but there's sediment deposition all the time happening. And it's a normal process in the equilibrium of a water course where we have to get the equilibrium of the meanders in a water course. They move over time. It's going to erode on one side and deposit on the other all the time.
Right.
Okay. Tony, you have the floor.
Yeah, that's a complicated one for sure. I guess what I'm suggesting is that I see this as an opportunity to include some beneficial erosion mitigation features if this was to proceed in any way or fashion. And I guess if it doesn't, then probably there would never be any enhancements in this area. Again, for the recommendation and from the recommendation and justification for the direction to this committee, can I please have explained or quantified what is the net environmental loss? And it must be different than the net conservation land loss that I asked about earlier, because it's a separate statement within the paragraph. I interpret it as being the same thing, but if so, it's repeated in the recommendation.
So what is the net environmental loss?
No, so the first question was, what is net conservation land loss? And then the second point was net conservation land loss.
So if I understand it, Tony, you're looking back at the recommendation on the first page, and it's simply a extract from our regulation listing all the pieces of our regulation as to the reason.
Yeah, yeah, overall net environmental loss was the last 4 words in that recommendation, which seems to me to be similar as as earlier, where it says a net loss. Sorry.
Net conservation of land loss.
Right, right.
So you want to understand the difference between the two?
Yeah, what is the difference of the two?
And sorry, I still didn't hear what the two were. The net conservation of land loss, and what was the other one?
The last one, the overall net environmental loss.
Yes.
Okay, well, again, that net conservation of land, the conservation of land is a term that's still really hard to define. But I mean, if it were, to me, it's been used generally where ravine areas have been removed. So you're losing the stream valley. The entire stream valley, the channel, is going to be removed by filling it in. That's a net conservation of land loss. The stream valley, the riparian areas, are going to be gone because there's going to be a pipe and flat fill over top. So that length, you can quantify it by taking 2.3 kilometers and multiply it by the width of the channel as you go down, technically.
Yeah, I see the two sentences as being rather similar, so I was just wondering if there was.
Well, the overall net environmental benefit loss, though, Tony, to clarify, is more holistic. We're looking at everything in terms of the net environmental benefits for everything that I showed in the slides during my presentation.
Okay.
It's not just about drainage, to clarify.
No, that's good. Question for the representative of the applicants, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
On page 2 of the most recent submission, you noted that it was indicated on November 12th, 2019 that you needed, sorry? Was there a comment there?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So you note that it was indicated on November 12th, 2019 that you needed to provide a net environmental benefit plan. As I read through the report, it appears you were actually told this was required on 2 occasions and that it would be difficult to mitigate the loss of 2.3 kilometers of watercourse. Did you actually ever receive clarification on what was needed and what qualifications would be required by an individual to complete such a report?
Brandon?
Well, I'd say, we were provided suggestions, and they were, they were very generalized suggestions. Now, I find it a little disappointing that we have representatives at Upper Thames, like Brad Glassman, who were, it was never suggested us to contact him. Like, we have experts that work for the Conservation Authority, which, in my experience, could have helped us move forward with this project. And we were never even introduced to them. But talking to other conservation authorities, we came up with some, strategies to help implement this. There was some discussion with, maybe we do some plantings and whatnot. Now, the problem I had from the drainage engineer perspective is, how do I enforce that as part of the drainage works? I know the owners here, they own multiple properties, and, they suggested we could do plantings or something like that on a property. Problem is, I can't enforce that with my drain. So that's why I didn't implement those. But, you know, we'd be happy to work with the Conservation Authority and come up with some mitigation strategies, which we can include in part of the project. And I can make them part of, you know, the project and become permanent. You know, having plantings or something is very hard for me, almost impossible to do under the Drainage Act.
So is that something you need clarification on today, Brandon?
I'm not going to say I need clarification today. You know, some of the offsetting problems we had was, it was basically told to us we had to go 30 meters each side of the channel and offset that kind of area. Well, to me, that was unrealistic. And that's some of the reason why we're here, because we didn't agree with the offsetting.
Okay, thank you. And while I still have you on cue here, I did note that subsequent to the earlier meetings on January 16th, 2020, you presented a proposal for offsetting that were replicating erosion control structure design and construction modeled off an OMAFRA best management practice, or BMP, sorry, for control of erosion, where the Upper Thames was also supportive of the project design and implementation, I understand. I personally can attest to the effectiveness of such control features as Hankel Bottoms and such. I had a farm in Perth South also that had some erosion issues and not identical features as today's technology, but certainly was impressed. And they were designed by Mr. Glassman, and he certainly knows his job well. So I would hope that if this can move forward, that Mr. Glassman could offer some assistance in good design and best management practices as well. He's first class when it comes to that. Anyways, other than the staff comment regarding grass swales potentially being removed in the future, have you received any additional comments on the offsetting features that were presented?
Is that for Brandon as well?
Yes, it is.
So the only comment I have is what's been prepared in that staff report.
Okay.
Ever since January, I'm going to say there's been little communication on this project.
Okay, thank you. It's something that appears to be needed for sure. And one other question here, maybe a couple other questions. Do you have a long-term commitment from the 4 applicants to maintain and protect the offsetting features, including the grass swales, if approved? And I think I kind of addressed that, but I'd just like to hear that question answered specifically.
Well, some of these owners I've worked with before, some I have not. Now, to answer that question, you know, I believe you should let the owners answer that question. They're all farmers. Some of them are long-time farmers. Some of them are young farmers, and they can each provide their input. But, you know, I suggest each farmer can speak to that and attest to how they treat their properties. You know, they're asking for the improvement. We're not pushing it on them.
Right.
So I think they should be the ones to answer that question.
Tony, do you need an answer today?
No, I'm satisfied with that. So
All right.
I'm sure that we'll see that in the final design and plan as well. So we heard that it would be part of the drainage proposal. So also for Brandon, you have noted the separation and capture area above branch C is under 125 hectares, which is important to know. And thank you for that information. But I do have a question regarding DFO and for the clarification. And I think you answered this earlier too, but the staff report suggests DFO did not approve the previous investigation into enclosure, but in your report you have stated, and if I understand your report correctly, the reason it was never approved is because the application to DFO for approval was never submitted. Secondly, to be clear to this committee, their letter of advice is virtually their DFO approval if you incorporate their advice into the work plan, and is that correct?
Yes, so we worked with Stuart Campbell on this project, and you know, he did have some concerns because there is a large scope, and we tried to work with them and the Conservation Authority to come up with a resolution. Now, when I suggested these offsetting, the wash cobs and these other suggestions, we then, I kept Stuart Campbell in the loop, and we copied all the suggestions we sent the Upper Thames to him. As soon as we did that, he was able to provide me a permit. That was in early January 2020.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I can go back to a question for staff. If the application for enclosure is denied today, I would expect an immediate appeal or subsequent application for municipal drain cleanout, which would or could be on a reoccurring basis every 5 to 10 years. It is clear that the efficiency and effectiveness of the drain as it exists today is substandard. So I have 3 questions. Would staff recommend against approval of a cleanout? Number 1. 2, does staff believe long-term repeated cleanout and continuing permits and the agency requirements to be involved and the time and cost associated is a better option? And with the drain cleanout and deepening, which is by design to allow the landscape to carry more water quicker, my question number 3 is, do you believe the water quality would be better than that of a closed system? And I think I heard a suggestion earlier, but I would like those 3 questions answered specifically.
Karen, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, Tony, I'm getting too old to hear 3 questions like that in a row that are pretty intense and remember the first one by the time I got to the third. But basically, I mean, we always are more supportive of them doing a clean out. And even if they have to deepen the system, we'd rather have that than a pipe. And I know that they can still get all the drainage for all those lands if that is an open system. Designed as an open system. It provides so much more benefits going forward. And yes, there'll be tree removal with the cleanout. And yes, there'll be sediment rushing downstream with the cleanout. And yes, right after a cleanout, we're going to have faster flows. And as long as they don't straighten the water course, we should still get some measure of meanders happening within that channel. They can do a 2-ditch system. There's so many opportunities they can do with an open system. We're always more supportive of that. And in the end, yes, better water quality than through a pipe. Absolutely. And again, if Brad has anything to add, I'm sure he can add to that one as well.
Tony, do you need more information at this point?
I would like, yeah, if Brad wants to comment on that, I'd appreciate that.
Brad?
Certainly what Karen said, the research seems to show that that's true. I guess I might fall back a little bit on Brandon here, in that I know the headwater part of this water course is somewhat gentle, but once you get south of 29, it does pick up pretty good grade. To create a channel in there, make it stable and long lasting, would no doubt take a fair bit of thought and potentially work. Again, from a water quality perspective, an open water course is normally always better. But there are some uniquenesses with this water course in terms of grade and things that would certainly play into it. And Brandon may have some good comments on some of that.
Tony, did you want to hear from Brandon?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if he would be willing to comment, that would be great.
Over to you, Brandon.
You know, we can, talk about water quality, and, there are advantages to a tile system. The sooner you get the water under the ground, it stays cool. The temperature is much cooler coming out of the outlet. I know we're talking about, if we do a ditch, but I can tell you there's no request for a ditch. So the request is for an enclosure, and no one has been in support of digging a ditch all the way up. So I don't think that's viable at this point. I'd have to go back to the petitioners and even ask them, if the enclosure was denied, the requests can simply be pulled, and my costs are then billed to the requesters and the project is done. So it's, I don't have a request for an open ditch, or even to, especially to dig one up to line 29.
Right. Okay. No, I'm anticipating that, well, obviously seeing the drain itself and knowing of the condition it's in, I would certainly not be satisfied with the current condition as a landowner and farmer in that area. So Mr. Chair, I guess there's a couple questions that I might skip. I have some comments or thoughts.
Can we save those until all the questions are answered?
Yeah, if you wish, that would probably be good to let other people have a chance. And yeah, let's do that. Thank you.
Alan? Thanks for waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had some questions for Mr. Widner, but I think he's just touched on them because he was asking earlier if, if any parts of this project could go forward, and he wanted to see what could be done. My comments were going to be that I don't have a problem with the construction of branch C and branch D. The problem is where the outlet. And we've already discussed branch B. There's no objection in closing that. And, the whole idea though is where do they outlet? And if you just deepen the existing drain, the existing ditch, I was going to ask about whether there'd be sufficient outlet, and it sounds like there is based on his comments about the fall, and Brad has touched on this as well, the amount of fall south of line 29. So we can talk about this more when we get into the into some possible solutions. But could Mr. Widner confirm that I know he hasn't got a petition for an open ditch, but if that's your only alternative, would you have sufficient outlet to deepen that existing ditch and run those 4 branches into a deepened open ditch?
The answer is we would have to deepen it. Now, branches D and C, we might not have to deepen it too much. To do branch B, yes. But I can tell you, the owners might not move forward with the branches if the main isn't enclosed. I can't comment. Now, I can say a lot of the owners are present, and I assume they're anxious to provide comment. It's their properties. It's not mine. I'm just, helping facilitate the process. These are the people that own the property, and they have to live with, on a yearly basis, and they farm the land accordingly, and they deal with the problems accordingly, including the erosion. I think the owners can provide much more input on what they're looking for and why they're looking for it. It's not just, that they don't want the ditch. There's other benefits, and I think they can address that.
Alan?
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can easily admit that I probably have the least experience with the Drainage Act, mostly because of my age, and secondly because I live in Ingersoll, and we've only had one drainage application in my time on council here. But can I get clarification? From my understanding, the Perth is the town of Perth, the municipality of Perth South is the applicant in this application. It's not technically the landowners. They petitioned them. The municipality has agreed, and so they've had because right now it is a drain. They could at any time apply to have it upgraded on their own, because they do have the rights to do that under a ward drain. But they would like to have it put to a municipal drain, so the municipality is responsible for it. They would like it to be enclosed. The municipality, I guess, has agreed with them on that and asked you to design an enclosed drain, or is that your suggestion for what's going forward? Can you just give me a little bit of, help me understand that little bit of knowledge there, please? And Mr. Chair, I would put that to whoever you would suggest answer that. Or who'd ever like to.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Brandon, would you like to take a first shot at that? And then I'll ask staff if they need to say anything.
Well, I can answer this, and Scott Richardson can provide comment. So, the municipality is, pretty unbiased in this whole thing. Like, we're just facilitating a process. In my package, you will see the request we received. But the original request was from the Walshes. They wanted to deal with the erosion in their farm and get that water course dealt with. They had installed, significant infrastructure and money into that property, and they just wanted to, finish cleaning it up. Upon receiving that, the other owners, they all jumped on board, and, the the scope of work increased. You know, and the municipality is supportive of this because, yeah, they have some drainage issues on line 29, which also need to be addressed. But currently, this drain has no status from a municipality standpoint. So, if you know, say Mr. Walsh came in and said, "Hey, you know, there's some obstructions down in Reg Matheson's field," Scott has no authority to go fix that. So, by changing it to a municipal drain, that gives Scott the authority to, you know, look after it and make sure we have a proper outlet going forward. Scott can maybe provide more input, or even Ken Bettles.
Scott?
Brandon, he pretty well hit it there on the head. I don't have any more comment there. That's good.
Okay. Brian?
Okay, so just, I guess under the current scheme, he would have to sue his fellow landowners if they were not willing to upkeep the drain. And so this way it would allow the municipality, it equals even things out there. I get that, and I don't necessarily disagree with that whatsoever. I guess what's left on the, could you provide an update on what's left on the Walsh's property? I guess the area above line 29 there, as far as what's needed, because as we've heard, it's already been enclosed up until that point. What's needed for erosion control in that area now? Is it they just want to close in the ditch, or could you provide more information on that, please?
So the drain itself is not enclosed. They've installed a pipe and they've directed the water to their pipe because their pipe is deeper than the channel. Now, back at the woods, you know, Walsh's can maybe provide more of that. Exactly what's done, but I'm pretty sure there's approximately the piece through the woods is piped. The ditch is then remaining past that. So, you know, they didn't backfill the channel. They just left it. There was a ton of erosion on the existing channel. They installed the new pipe. The new pipe is deeper than the channel. And they took the neighbor's water, the DeWitts and the Vanessas, because they needed a better outlet, and took that water there. And that whole farm has been systematically tiled. But the Walshes can touch base with that. I know they're present.
Sorry, but in your plan, you're not. What are you proposing that's different than what's there right now? Besides closing in the water course that is in the. Sorry, yes. What are you proposing? What would change on that property? That's not current. Like, yeah. What would change on that property on your plan? What's there right now?
We would eliminate the existing channel, and
That's
it would be replaced with berms.
Brandon, can I jump in and ask the header tiles that were installed outlet at line 29, is that correct?
Yeah, they're located just upstream line 29, as you can see in Karen's photos, just upstream. So, you know, approximately 20 feet.
So in short, to build on what Brian is saying, that there is an open channel currently. Most of the water is bypassing that through the header tile, and the proposal is to fill in the open channel. That's part of the project.
The subsurface water is directed to the tiles.
Yeah.
The surface water still uses the channel.
Okay, thank you. Brian?
Okay. The surface water that you're proposing, where would it and how would it get into the pipe, into the drainage system in that area?
We would install some water control basins as we've suggested, you know, and we would design these accordingly. And, you know, now that I know Brad Glassman's, you know, available, we could, you know, use his advice as well and, you know, help implement them. But, you know, a lot of these erosion issues, and I'm sure the Walshes can comment, that, you know, they have an environmental farm plan. They're trying to be good stewards of the land. They have a farmland health checkup done. All these erosion issues are addressed in that, and they're trying to address it going forward. And there is lots of grants available out there to solve some of these problems, but we have went this route, and this will allow the neighbors a legal outlet, which the municipality can maintain. And now when you talk about maintenance, it's not just getting the work done, it's billing the costs out, and that's all addressed in our report. So in the future, when there's an obstruction, say in Reg Matheson's farm, Scott goes out and he fixes it and he spends, say, $5,000. That is billed to everyone upstream, and that's identified in our report. Currently, that's can't be addressed. It's you deal with the problems on your own farm kind of situation.
And I again, I agree with that. I don't think anybody's, I'm not saying, I don't want anybody to think that we think they're bad people for wanting this. They're not. I absolutely understand why they want to improve the drain. They have a right to have their drain. And so, again, I agree with their ability to have that. It's how that's being addressed. So my next question on that same line is, the tile that was put in was designed to carry subsurface water. It wasn't necessarily calculated to have the surface water also run into it. Have you done the calculations to ensure that that pipe can handle all that surface water?
So, like, municipal drains aren't designed to, standard you guys are maybe accustomed to. So this municipal drain, or at least the bottom end, the part we're proposing to do, will only take 1.5 inches of rain in 24 hours. To put that in perspective, that is less than a 2-year storm, much less. What the Walshes have, we can calculate, but to be honest, it's not that bad. It's most likely designed minimum to an agricultural standard, which is 1/2 inch. But I believe it is more than that. Much of the water of the Walsh's farm itself is not even in that 15-inch tile. That 15-inch tile is mainly for the 2 upstream landowners. I've looked at the capacity. I've discussed the capacity with the upstream landowners and the Walshes, and they all don't feel they need an improvement. So then I have no request to change it. But municipal drains don't take storm sizings. They're not storm sewers like in the city. They take a moderate rainfall event and they just provide an outlet. Any large event will still go over top of the ground. And that's why we have the swales.
And that's what I'm trying to understand, is if it's going to be able to address their erosion concerns, or are we going to be back here asking for more updates to this in the future, near future, or are we going to see other work that wasn't permitted to take place happening?
Well, I know everyone talks about we're speeding up the flows, and the drain's going to be quicker and faster, but then now we're asking to make it larger. The whole point of the water control basins is to slow the water down and release it slowly. It's like having a hole in a bucket. Instead of dumping the pail out, we have a small hole and it releases over a slow period of time. It's essentially a small stormwater management pond, is what we have in every city. That's what these things are acting like. So you catch water, you build a berm, you make a small pond, and then you release it over, say, a 24-hour period. And that's what we were trying to implement here. It's no different than a swim facility for, a 50-acre home, and you go into a pond and the pond's reduced down to an orifice. These are very similar. They're just a much smaller scale. And so when you look at the best management practices, it goes in there like, oh, we need one of these every, say, 25 acres. That's why we have to implement, a bunch of them. And then we catch it all in all different spots. So, we're going to catch some down at Darren Murray's. You have two there. You have one at Reg Masson's, and they all work in conjunction, therefore taking the need for a much larger outlet. You have a bunch of small straws instead of dumping pails of water, essentially. I don't feel the capacity is an issue on that upper portion. They haven't requested for it to be larger. It is a moderate design. Like, when you look at past drainage, that would have been adequate. And it wasn't that many years ago. That was the maximum 20 years ago. The only reason we have 1.5 inches is because the standard's been enlarged. And we're trying to slow the water down, and that helps doing that. So that's why we've implemented those berms.
All right. Brian, you still have the floor. I'm looking for about a 5 or a 10-minute adjournment at some point so we can all get a washroom break.
I 100% agree with that. I will gladly give up the floor for that.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn for 10 minutes, please, just for washroom break? The
So
chair
moved.
still needs it. Thank you. We'll reconvene at 4:15. Is there a seconder for that? Yeah, okay, we're done.
I'll second it, Marie.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried.
Aye.
Sandy,
Yes, Chris. Oh, Grant, please.
I wonder if I might have a chance to speak from the perspective of both the applicant and the committee. And my concern for both parties is that at this stage, I'm not really sure what's being proposed. And I'm not sure what the decision the committee is being asked to make or on what basis. It appears to me that there's some room to discuss and bring to this whole application further expertise, some of which the authority has and some of which streets have. The presentations have been excellent. The evidence is excellent. It, however, in my opinion, seems to be jumping around. And I did also pick up on Brandon's statement that they may not want an all or nothing.
Yep.
That sort of says to me, well, okay, but how does your committee decide on something that's all or nothing, or something different from all or nothing?
Right.
And so if this were a court, I would be saying to the applicant, look, ask for an adjournment, because there are still things that you could talk about, and it appears that the committee is willing to listen to, but on the basis of an all or nothing, they have no partial solution. So, or any hard partial solution. So my concern is that I'm not sure what you're going to decide, and consider whether an adjournment should be granted to a date certain, because I understand people are wanting to get on with it, and allow the parties to perhaps negotiate, because I, like Marie, heard Brandon say, well, some could be closed and some could be open, and I have no idea where that is. And Brandon said, well, you'd have to speak to the landowners. Well, I don't know what your committee seems to be negotiating as opposed to making a decision.
Yeah, and that shouldn't be our role.
And I don't think that's your role. And I don't think, to be fair to the applicant, I believe it's kind of like one of our pre-hearing committees where we sort of listen and then we say, you should go back and work it out. We might be able to deal with this, because I don't know what you're going to decide here. It just bounces all over the place. And, so that was just, I wanted to get there and to say, maybe they want a specific date as to when this hearing would resume, which gives them certainty and forces people to get together and negotiate a bit. So, and anyway, that was just my thinking from both the applicant's point of view. He's been excellent, and the authority's point of view, which has been excellent. There seems to be some room in here to maneuver, but it may be that taking it as a whole doesn't do justice to the parts. And I'm not sure that your committee is a negotiating committee.
No, it shouldn't be.
You really are judges. Yep. And you're entitled to ask the question, well, what is it we're being asked to decide? Because most judges, it's all or nothing, or the great standard judge trick, get out of here and settle it. or you're not going to like the way I settle it. And of course, the parties go out and 95% of the time they settle it. So there actually seems to be a willingness to move together, but we can't quite line up. And we do have expertise that we could loan. Anyway, just my thing, because it's going to make it extremely difficult for your committee to do anything but all or nothing, because you don't know what a partial solution looks like.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Thank you, Grant. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reconvene the meeting. Brian has the floor, and then I'll call on you when Brian's done
Okay,
to suggest that.
okay. I'm here. If you think that has merit, I'm more than happy to help,
Thank you.
as you know.
Yep. So I'd like to reconvene the meeting. Is the applicant, agent, and committee members back online? Brandon, you're there?
Yep, I'm here. I guess I have a couple questions on where we're headed here.
Yeah, I'm going to get there quickly. Brian, Ellen, are you here? Tony, Marie?
I am here, Brian.
Yes, I'm here.
I am here, Marie.
Alan, I'm here
Karen,
as well.
We're here.
Karen's there.
Here.
Brian, you still have the floor.
I will yield the floor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call on Grant. Grant is the solicitor for the authority and has been listening. And Grant would like to speak, and I would like to recognize him at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been told that I forgot we were live streaming, and many people have heard my comments already.
Okay.
But that's my lack of knowledge about the system.
That's all right. Doesn't hurt to repeat.
In listening, I was just wondering from both the applicant's point of view and the authority's point of view, whether you might consider an alternative, because I think it's going to be very difficult for your committee to make a decision on an all or none basis. There appears to me, from what I'm hearing, kind of a partial basis that people could work out different things. We have expertise that we could loan or bring to the project. REITs are one of the best in Ontario. They have that expertise. So I don't, you sit like as judges, and it appears to me, frankly, just from my perspective, that it's a bit of a negotiation going on here. And I'm not sure what we're negotiating where. And my suggestion was that if I were the applicant, and I'm not giving you legal advice, I'm just giving you procedural advice, that if I were the applicant, I might ask for an adjournment of the hearing to a certain date to allow you and the authority to get together and use this expertise and come back with a concrete partial solution. And by partial, I mean not closing the whole thing, but doing different things or ending up with different structures that you're happy, your clients are happy with, and that the authority's happy with. Because what's in front of the authority is sort of an all or nothing. And I think this is kind of like a pre-hearing thing, but I think you're hearing the willingness of people to talk about different ways of doing things, and it may be on a farm by farm basis as opposed to a big, huge project. So I as I was saying, that everybody's heard, the judges sometimes look down at the people in front of them, and they will say things like, get out of here and settle it, because there's a willingness on both sides, or you're not going to like the decision I'm going to make. And I'm not prejudging what the committee is going to decide. It's just, to me, it appears difficult for the committee to do anything other than an all or none. And I don't think you want that. And I don't think the committee wants that. So to me, there's got to be, my suggestion is that there be a set period of time that the hearing get adjourned to, and I don't know anything about the timing, okay, but to a month, and that you sit down and work it out on a piece by piece basis that's satisfactory to you and the authority. I think that's more fruitful than getting an all or none decision, which you're going to appeal to the Mining Lands Committee, tribunal, which in turn will appoint a mediator. Don't know who that's going to be now because the old one's retired. So it may behoove the parties to do this, and whether a month works or not, that's just my suggestion. I think it's very difficult because I don't think the committee knows what the partial solution is. And I know that I don't think you want a all or nothing decision. So that was, as I sit here and listen to the volumes of evidence, and it appears that, you know, you haven't been given the benefit of some of our expertise, just through COVID and timing and all the rest of that it might work. So that's just my suggestion to the committee and to you. And you're from my perspective, you're both entitled to say, no, we're not going to do that. Let's push ahead. And that's all. Sitting here as I have for a little while, that's what I'm hearing. I'm not really sure what the committee's deciding. So,
well, thank you, Grant. Yeah, I mean, the committee really has three choices. One is to refuse, second to accept, third is to accept with conditions. And I think the difficulty, I'm just speaking for myself, is trying to, if we were to move forward with accepting with conditions, to try and come up with the conditions here would be very difficult for us, given the complexity of this particular proposal. So first of all, I'd like to ask staff, ask Karen, first of all, her thoughts of Grant's suggestion of an adjournment for further discussions, because I know Brandon had mentioned sometimes things through COVID weren't some discussions. I recognize also that the applicants have been waiting some time for a decision. So I know there's a downside to that. So I'm going to ask Karen first, then Brandon, and then Tony. Karen?
To the chair, I'm concerned. I have some concerns about the productivity of us trying to negotiate this again, because we've said the viable option is keep it as an open system and do those same works to get drainage and to get erosion protection that they're saying. That's a valid option, as they can design the whole system with the watercourse still being open. It happens on many other properties. And they have not even once tried to go that route with us. We've suggested that on multiple occasions. The other thing is whether it's a municipal drain project and the township's the applicant. I realize this is a bit different because it is our municipal partner who's the kind of the applicant, officially the applicant, even though it's the landowners we've been negotiating with. But whether it's a municipal drain project or like a development proposal with a subdivision, whenever we've had projects come to us, I mean, we're not the applicant. It's not our responsibility to tell them what to bring their project to us with. And you know, there was concerns that we didn't tell them what needed to be done for a net environmental benefit. Well, again, that's not our responsibility to do their job for them. In terms of that proposal, we've had other groups, developers, other municipal drain projects. We suggested the idea of a net environmental benefit, suggested, you know, what type of range of like acreage of compensation, water storage features are preferred. It wasn't our responsibility to give them that, though, because there's 1,000 different opportunities, creative ideas they could come up with. And so I hesitate with this, with us getting involved in kind of telling them how they could go about doing this project that we're not really in favor of to begin with.
Okay, thank you, Brandon.
Well, I appreciate what Grant's saying, but the problem I have is I've tried to negotiate or at least explain on an individual basis what can be approved and what can't be approved. I've emailed multiple times, and I even went through and broke down each property. And the answer was no every time on every property. So I don't understand what going back to the table would be. Now, I can tell you, because we've, you know, lost a year, there's a couple landowner changes. There's some, you know, I understand there's some frustration from the landowners that, you know, this isn't going to move forward fast enough. And I would ask that we let the landowners speak. You know, I represent them as the township, but it's their project. They're the ones that are requesting it. You know, they are the ones that initiated it. I'm just here to help facilitate the process. But I think you need to let the landowners speak, and, you know, they can explain how they've, you know, what they want and how they want to proceed going forward. Because it's 4 different individual landowners and it's 4 different requests. And I tried to keep them separate when we've emailed Karen, and the answer for each property was no. So that's where I'm a bit lost on what we would gain by going back to the table. But I think the landowners can maybe speak onto what they're looking for, because I know they've all been watching and they're anxious to speak and provide some input.
I'd certainly like to hear from them. Who would like to go first?
Yeah. Hello?
Could you give a name, please? Oh, you're
Yeah,
Mr. Wall?
Yes.
Thank you.
So to go back a little bit of history, we're farming for over 40 years in this part of the world. And we improved numerous farms with farm drainage. Farm drainage, I wanted to bring up, it's not, there's no permit required. We just need an outlet for the farm. And that's where it comes in to need a municipal tile. The farm, the Ballantine farm, for instance, we acquired about 6 years ago now, or 5. And there was a lot of ponding going on in that property. And if you lose every year about 5 acres of crop, what would you do? You would like to improve it. To improve it, it meant to put more field tile in the crop, in the field. We talked to Karen numerous times, our concerns, they weren't met. Like 20 years ago, Upper Thames were leaned more towards the farmer side. Right now, it's more the public good, but we still have to earn a living off those grounds. So we are not responsible to provide walkways for the public or greenways. Otherwise, we should get a tax reduction for open water courses, and then I would be in favor to keep the water course open. But an open water course, we heard all day, it's a good thing. But the thing is, I believe if there is a closed water course, you don't get wind erosion blown into the ditches. You don't get more water going in a fast way, because you can't control water flow. Water flows where it wants, the easiest way to go. So if we do a municipal tile, then we can create a structure to slow down the thing. So I don't quite agree with Karen's that open water course has a cleaner flow out, because on an open water course, everything can flow in and nothing's gonna stop it. If we design a proper drainage, then we can control it. And like it was said a long time ago, that wasn't a natural trick, it was a hand dug dig, because there's a lot of those 90-degree bends in it. And the other thing is, Karen says, well, there's stones and slow down the water flow. But what happens if there's stone there? Then the water goes around the stone and it works on the bank, washes the banks out and brings more topsoil going down the Thames and into our lakes and stuff. So and farming changed over all those years. Like when we started 40 years ago, every field was plowed in southwestern Ontario. Right now, there's a lot of minimum till available. We do a lot of minimum till and no till. And if you looked at those pictures on our field, the snow was basically white. You couldn't see any soil in the snow. If you looked at some other pictures, what Karen showed, there was dirt in the snow, which means that those people plowed it, and then the snow basically goes over the field. Wind erosion drifts the soil into the open ditches. If the ditches would be closed, then this picture, I mean, right there. Okay, if the ditch would be closed, no soil can wash into the ditches. So, and then the other thing is, if it's properly designed by an engineer, the closed waterways are basically designed for it. The waterfall are open ditch since I don't know when that was, in 1840, I think, when it originally was in somewhere. How can you justify an open ditch 80 years ago to today's standards? So I plead to the chair and stuff. We're working on this project now for over 2.5 years, and it's very frustrating with Upper Thames to say that we're willing to change things, but we want to change things to the better and not to the worse. So these are my comments. My daughter, we are in a family operation. My daughter, she went to University of Guelph for 4 years. She has her CAA certified crop advisor. So it's not that we're new to this game. We're trying to do our best stewardship in the town or in a country. But like I said, we're not responsible for green spaces for the public. The other thing is, like the ditches, they wash a lot of stuff down the river when there is a big rainfall in the spring, for instance. But like there's no structures available or down the river. So why don't we put a big pond at the end, put the riprap to settle the settlements down there, and then direct it into the Avon River? And I think there's grants for all of those projects available, but Karen, it don't even, like I said, there was no communication for over a year. So how can you communicate if there's nothing on the other end?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm getting a sense from the speakers we've had that the grants notion is not recommended at this time, but I'm certainly willing to hear from the other 3 property owners before I go back to the committee, if the other property owners want to speak.
You want to say something?
We also like to say, like, the open ditches, they require a lot of maintenance. It is something that you have to make sure you spray around properly. You do have weeds that establish in those areas and the weed seeds do spread easily. When you're applying fertilizer, you have to try to make sure you maintain a proper buffer. And with the contour of ditches, it's really hard to make sure that you're not having overlaps and stuff in those areas because it's not a straight edge. Then you have overlaps even close to a waterway, which can eventually run off into the water system. And the topography that this farm has, like it does have a slope at the front. Before it was tiled, we did have a lot of erosion happening because the water flowed over top of the surface rather than going down into the field tile and out the field, like to a proper exit. And then we also had a lot of ponding areas where you'd have no spring, like after spring planting, you wouldn't be able to plant through it sometimes. you wouldn't have proper establishment, or you'd have soil crusting, and all leading to reduced yields. So like, and tile drainage not only allows the field to dry up faster, but it also acts kind of like more of a sponge. So it increases the soil's ability to hold water. So and then it's more available for the crop later on. So if you want to tile a field properly, because it helps everything. It's the whole system.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are any of the other property owners, or are you comfortable that the committee continue to deliberate?
I'm Glenn Coulthard. I just wanted to say a few words.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
It's been an interesting meeting to sit in on, and it certainly appears to me as if it's got two parties, the Upper Thames and the applicants, you know, in two different directions. And I mean, you're trying to get this drain, it sounds like it's going to go. It's just a matter of how much it's going to go. And I don't think that's what this meeting should be about. You know, I think we should have had that. Well, we did. I was the one that made the remark. We had the engineer's report. Proceed with that because I believe it to be, you know, a good report. And like I say, then it appeared as if, well, that's well over a year ago, and it appeared as if there was no communication with the Upper Thames, and when there was, it was clear that they wanted something totally different than what we did. So, like I say, I know from my standpoint, I'm at the bottom end, probably is the only place you can start adjusting. And like I say, I don't see any place that needs to be taken out. Now, if there's more berming or something, I see that as something to negotiate. But like I say, I just think this has been a meeting of frustrations because, I mean, one end has their mind made up and the other end is, you know, trying to get something accomplished. And that does not appear as if we're going to achieve that today by any means. So I would just like to proceed in the way the engineers have proposed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Is there any other landowner that wants to speak?
Hello.
Yes.
It's Bruce Quast here. I'm at the end of I'm at the outlet, right? I can't see this helping me out one bit. Have you got any answers for that? Like I'm being the filter before the water hits to the Thames.
Yeah, I see you're at the outlet, and your point of view is,
well,
sorry, did I catch it?
Okay, there's gravel on the other side where that water comes down through my place, because I brought up over 100 truckloads of gravel out of there. So I know there's gravel there. So what am I going to do? Have to put a culvert in?
At the outlet, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not right at the outlet, but halfway through my property there.
So we're talking about the dark line, which would be the,
okay, to the
where
east,
it would be piped.
To the east side of that, where it drains down to the Avon River. There's gravel.
Yes, sir.
There's,
Glenn and Augustine can probably tell you.
yeah. So anyways, this ain't really helped me out one bit anyways.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, it's Jim Van Ness. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes, hear you loud and clear, sir.
Thank you. My wife and I just purchased the Ridley property here in the last few months here. I live right behind or just north of the Puschelberg farm. We've been living there just over 30 years, and we've seen water on the Ridley farm ponding there for literally that whole time. And it's water coming off the road. And unfortunately, we don't seem to be able to have an outlet whatsoever. We've taken some shots in the last few weeks, and that drain running through there is higher than our land. So my understanding is, being it's an award drain, I can go in and dig that drain out as deep as I have to try and get rid of my water. I mean, it makes no sense. It should be a municipal drain to try and get rid of some of this water here. We would like to tile that property. It has never been tiled in the past. I guess we can go deeper and take the water a different way, but it doesn't make any sense when the drain is running right through that farm. A closed drain is definitely better than an open drain. One of the Upper Thames people asked if we put some berms in. I mean, I would be more than willing to sign something to say that my berm will be taken care of, will stay on the property. That's not an issue at all. Why would we go and spend the money to put it in and tear it out? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, and the biggest frustration I have is, no offense to Grant, who's a lawyer, but the minute lawyers involved, it costs a pile of money.
Okay.
And just looking at the notes here that we've just recently received, I mean, this thing's been taking over 3 years already. And communication, I know it's COVID, but I don't know any other business that takes 10 months to get back to people and then gives 1 day for responses. I just don't understand it at all. So yeah, we just want to get rid of our water on our property and keep the road water off of it if we can. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I appreciate the committee for taking time to listen to it too. All. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, are you asking for comments from the committee?
Because I haven't heard from any other landowners. You were next, Tony.
I'm not sure you want this comment, but I can't believe what just happened. In my mind, that was an interference of a process of a hearing. Your discussion with legal aid outside the structure of being in session during adjournment was inappropriate, period. The meeting and the integrity of our hearings and hearing committee and the outcome was just jeopardized as far as I'm concerned. The committee and our comments are not complete. The hearing committee in session should formally ask for legal opinion and recess. I'm surely disappointed to the fairness to all parties. I think we were just put in a box of a found solution with disregard for due process. And that's about all I have to say, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from committee for staff or the applicants?
This is Reg Matheson.
Thank you, sir.
Am I being heard?
Yes, you are.
Okay, sorry, I tried to get through before I was on mute. There's been some great points being made. It's just all or nothing on Upper Thames side. Water quality seems to be the big issue, which I agree with. And I can't see where water quality is improved with an open ditch when debris can be picked up all the way down. They've allowed to fill in a ditch beside my lane, but what's the sense of that when I have no outlet for it when it gets down to the ditch? Down at the end, they want to extend Glencar and go into Bruce Quas. Well, they're disturbing good land. It goes back into my property, into natural habitat, which has been meandering for what, 100 years, 200 years, and it hasn't changed much. You shorten that tile up a little bit, put in erosion mitigation, whatever. You don't have to disturb any of that natural down at the bottom end. And as far as I'm concerned, you've got good water quality and you're maintaining the environment. And we've got good soil conservation techniques that we can minimize erosion. And so I think there's lots of advantages for closing it in and still have good water quality at the end without disturbing extra property. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully I've gotten all the landowners having an opportunity to speak. I believe committee has asked questions of staff and the applicant. Are there any other questions before I ask for a motion? My suggestion would be that, as per our usual process with hearing committees, that, and I'm going to read a little bit for everybody who's listening as well, a motion to adjourn and go in camera and to have some further discussions. Once we complete those deliberations, we will make a motion regarding the application, or we may resolve to defer a decision to a visit or another time. A motion will be carried, which will culminate in a decision of some sort. We will then make a motion to move out of camera, and the owner and applicant will be advised of the decision through Conservation Authority staff. If the applicant and agent have left the hearing, or for electronic hearings, the applicant or agent has left the electronic platform, the office or we'll certainly get back to you if you're not online at that time. If a decision is made to refuse, you will be notified that you have a right to appeal the decision, as was mentioned earlier, to the Mining and Lands Tribunal within 30 days of receipt of the reasons for the decision. And after we come back from being in camera, we would adjourn the meeting. So can I get a motion to move into camera, please?
Marie had a hand up, Sandy, just in case you didn't catch that. Sorry.
I did not catch it. Thank you.
I just caught it now. Sorry.
Thank you, Chris.
I was just about to start waving and talking. Yeah, first of all, I mean, I'm hearing a lot of frustration about the delays, and I think that they were inevitable given the problems that we've had with setting up this ability to Zoom meetings. But I do hear the frustration. But I did have one last question after, and it was very helpful to listen to the landowners. And what I've heard them talk about is the quality of the water, the possibility of debris getting into the open water course. And I would just like to have a little maybe response through you to our staff on that issue. You know, there's talking about the benefits of the closed versus the open. And I'd just like to get the other, you know, understand a little bit more about how what staff thinks of that comment about the debris getting into the open water courses.
Karen?
I'm just going to slides through the chair here. And maybe Brad can join in on this one as well. I'm just gonna go to some photos because something to point out is the timing of the petition. It didn't come until after all the drainage works had been done on that upstream property by allegedly a licensed drainage contractor did the work. So they should not have be having any drainage issues that they need to petition, but the petition came forward and it wasn't for drainage outlet at all. It was for erosion control, if you read the petition. So I'm looking at the photos of this property. Because if they're concerned that, and this is the upstream property, if they're concerned that debris is going to get in and soil is going to get in and they have soil washing off the property, you can see it in the snow and it's getting to the water course, there's no buffers here. I mean, there's other land management practices that could be done with an open water course to protect the quality of that water and prevent erosion if that's their only concerns. If they're worried about erosion coming off the properties to the north, like there's been no talk about putting erosion control projects on the properties north of this whole open water course, right? There's other opportunities to prevent debris and soil from getting into this water course that are standard practice. I mean, even OMAFRA and Agriculture Canada recommend a bigger buffer than I see in this picture here that's showing corn basically right to the top of bank.
And Marie?
Okay, so to the extent it's a concern, you think there would be other ways of addressing that issue? And is that correct? Am I hearing that right? That you would recommend other ways of dealing with the erosion issues?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Committee, any other questions? I'm scrolling through. I don't see any additional
Hello,
hands.
can I add some comments?
Uh,
Hello, August. Hello, Chair.
I was hoping not to get into a back and forth with on this, but sure, go ahead, sir.
Well, Karen brought that picture up. So I see the ditch is very full with water to carry much debris away. I don't see hardly any water in there. And if you look at the field, there's a lot of debris up on top of the ground. What the debris does is when there's rainfall happening, it slows it down from directly hitting the soil. Thus, not that much soil gets moved because the trash on the field basically absorbs the water too. So these are like the best known or practices what's available to us right now. So it's not a complete no-till, but you see on the picture that there's a lot of debris on top of the field, which reduces a lot of erosion. And that's what we're trying, that's what I tried to get across. We've been painted that we're monsters in the industry, kind of, because we're cutting down the bush. But you know why we had to cut down the trees in the bush? Because we had to clean that open ditch, which wasn't cleaned in probably 30 years. So, and you imagine when there's big trees there, you need a backhoe or basically a hoe to get those trees away from the ditch so you can clean the ditch out. And then the drainage contractor decided, because it was not worthwhile to put that little stretch in the open ditch, we decided to put a field tile across there. So that's why that strip is cleared in the bush. So it wasn't intention to knock the trees down, but we had to basically get the waterway clear away through the bush to do that. So I don't know where we're going with the whole thing, because it looks like I'm just getting darts thrown at me all the time. But we're trying to do the best for the land. Well, thanks for the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Committee, can I get a motion to Jim? Not sure who's that representing, but I see another hand. It says Jim's iPad.
Yeah, I don't know how that came. Disregard that hand.
Okay, thank you. All right, can I get a motion from the committee to go in camera?
I'll make that motion, Marie.
Moved by Marie. Sorry, Tony, I missed your hand again. Do you have a question before we go into camera?
I don't believe I have a hand up.
Okay, I must be reading something old. So Marie has moved that we go into camera. Is there a seconder?
Alan, I'll second that.
Thank you. Michelle, can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Marie Blosh,
Yes.
Alan Dale,
Yes.
Tony Jackson,
I'll abstain.
Brian Petrie,
Yes.
Sandy Levin.
Yes. So the committee will go into camera to deliberate and hopefully come out with a decision. So can I ask the host to move people out to the waiting room? They're welcome to wait, or staff will certainly get back to you one way or another on a decision from the committee.
Okay, will do. So just give me a moment and I'll give you the heads up when I'm all ready, because I'll have to turn off the live stream as well. So just hang in there. Okay.
I've been plugged in the whole time and the battery's still depleting. It's down to
No,
nothing.
that's not good.
Yeah, I don't know why. I plugged it in right from the beginning. I'm gonna have
Okay,
to
I'm
leave.
letting them in now. And it appears as the live stream did pick up as well. So hopefully we are lights, camera, action. There we go. Work here is
So,
done.
Chris, everybody's in from the waiting area?
I just have one more beep. So sorry, I was going to say yes, but then I heard a beep. So I'm just going down. I don't see any more in the waiting room. And yes, looks like it.
Yeah, and the live stream looks to be working too, Chris.
Phew.
Oh, I don't even know where I am.
I'll report that the hearings committee has deferred its decision for 45 calendar days and is asking the parties to make further submissions. A hearing will be scheduled within 7 calendar days of when those submissions arrive. And that's it. We've had a very good discussion in camera. I appreciate that this has been a long process, but it's been a very complicated case for us, and hoping that there is an opportunity for that 45-day period to be used well. Can I get a motion from the committee to move out of the hearing? Moved by Brian.
Seconded by Marie.
Any discussion on that? Michelle, could you call the roll, please, on that motion?
Marie Blosh,
Yes.
Alan Dale,
Yes.
Tony Jackson,
Yes.
Brian Petrie,
Yes.
Sandy Levin.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. It's been a long afternoon. The hearings committee had another meeting scheduled. I think we need to talk about that briefly. I don't know, Sharon in the waiting room?
If I can interject, Sandy, Sharon and I
Thank you.
Sharon and I have been back and forth, and she had another commitment that she had to go to.
Sure.
And asked me, and I told her at this point that she should go and do that, and that the hearing committee would have to reschedule that piece of business. Hope that's acceptable.
It is to me, committee.
Yep, that's fine.
Yes, please reschedule it.
And please apologize to Sharon. I'll apologize to Sharon and hope that we can arrange something very quickly on that other matter. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy. Bye, everybody.